Chapter 146. After the promotion, the conversion ratio had increased from 1 to 15 to 1 to 20. Han Xiao could clearly feel that his body had become stronger, and his energy was more vigorous. Especially the ball of heat in his lower abdomen, which made him very excited. The second promotion did not unlock as many skills as the first promotion. Unlike the first promotion, which felt like a new life, the second promotion felt like a natural progression, as if it was a necessary step in evolution. Although there was no notification on the interface, Han Xiao could feel that his senses had become sharper, and the world had become more vivid in his eyes. If he had to describe the feeling of the promotion, Han Xiao immediately thought of a word: natural. He could feel the breeze around his limbs, and his sense of smell could distinguish the mixed scents in the air. The various senses brought to him were magnified by a lot. The second promotion was the prerequisite for unlocking many skills. Of course, the most obvious benefit was that he could reach LV60. The EXP on the interface was sufficient, and he did not need to suppress his level to accumulate EXP. He first leveled up, Night Stalker, from LV6 to max level. This class gave him a total of 30 DEX, 20 SDR, 10 MYS, 10 potential points, and 20 free attribute points. Han Xiao then put his EXP into Trainee Mechanic. The upper limit of this class was LV15, and the EXP required to level up increased. He spent a lot of EXP to level up from LV5 to LV10. His total level shot up 10 levels like a rocket, directly reaching LV50. His energy points exceeded 1,000 and reached LV6. He received new bonuses. Plus 6 SDR, plus 8 DEX, plus 6 END, plus 10 INT, plus 400 SDR, plus 8% machinery quality, plus 8% manufacturing speed, plus 8% energy attribute enhancement. The higher his energy level, the higher the bonuses. Level 6 was a watershed, and he could receive a new bonus, energy attribute enhancement, which made the effects of his attributes even more prominent. To a mechanic, this was the magnetic energy that could be used to build and use machines. It was like an extension of one's limbs, increasing speed, improving quality, and strengthening power. The actual effect was far more useful than what it sounded like. Unlike the pugilist and esper classes, mechanics did not consume a lot of energy. In the beginning, energy did not even increase the main ability of the mechanic class by much. However, once they obtained this method of using energy, the characteristics of the mechanic class gradually appeared. Trainee Mechanic had reached level 10, and he needed 800,000 EXP to level up again. Now, he had about 1,300,000 EXP left on the interface. Han Xiao decided to keep half of it for himself to fuse blueprints and upgrade his skills. In the past 2 months, he had occasionally upgraded some of his important skills, such as Snipe, Moving Snipe, and Slide Shot. Of course, he did not forget about the blueprint. The core, magnetically controlled retractable armor, was already at level 5. He was now wearing a new armor, and its attributes were strengthened. Ranger Robot, and low-level Smart Chip, had also been upgraded. These were all useful blueprints. After looking at the skill list, Han Xiao put his experience into Flaming Will and Fine Enhancement Modification. These 2 skills were very cost-effective. After spending half of his remaining experience, he stopped. Both skills had leveled up by 2 or 3 levels. He had 38 free attribute points on him, and he put all of them into his intelligence attribute. The mechanic class was just that rough and simple. After doing all this, his personal combat power had skyrocketed. Without relying on his equipment, his energy rank had reached 1,200 owner. Total level, 50 personal attributes SDR, 69, DEX, 94, END, 82, INT, 200, MYS, 11, CHA, 6, LUK, 1 health, 2,970 energy, 1,230, LV6, energy rank, 1,213 owner. Han Xiao was very satisfied with the increase in his strength. His highest attribute was his intelligence, which had reached 200 point. This had greatly increased his efficiency in using his machinery. With the speed at which he was gaining experience, he would be able to reach level 60 in a short time. This was the upper limit of the second promotion, which was also the upper limit of the players in version 1.0. My current combat power, together with my machinery equipment, is at the top level of the blue star. Based on the standards of level 50, my attributes are very strong. This is because of my talents, and also because my main class level is high, and my secondary class is rare. I can deal with normal supers without any pressure. My machinery is my biggest trump card. However, my talents and skills are still a little too little. Compared to the main character of a planet like Bennett, I'm still far from it. Previously, Han Xiao had been busy harvesting the experience of the players. His next actions were still the same. To accumulate experience and increase his fame, he ran all over the novice villages outside of Andrea. Teaching basic knowledge was the first round, and the second round was energy tempering technique, which would allow him to accumulate a huge amount of experience. After this, he felt that he could put his plan of obtaining rare skills and talents on the agenda. 2 months' worth of experience had been used up. If it were the players, it would not be so satisfying. They could not wait to level up as soon as they obtained experience. Han Xiao was not worried about the source of experience at all. The players were the biggest market. Energy tempering technique was a trump card. Once it was released, it would cause a frenzy among the players. This skill would definitely be awakened the first time he advanced, but the players did not know. As long as he taught it to the players before they reached level 20, he would be able to harvest a huge amount of experience. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was to increase his fame so that more players would know him and be able to come into contact with him. There are 2 ways. I'll take the initiative to find the players, or the players will have the opportunity to find me. Han Xiao stroked his stubble and fell into deep thought. Taking the initiative to find the players was just like the trip to Big Horn Village. Other than not going to Andrea, he could harvest a wave of experience from the novice lands in the southern continent, western continent, and northern continent. If he wanted the players to automatically gather around him, there did not seem to be a good opportunity. After he advanced, the amount of missions he could give out increased, but when it was distributed to the entire player base, it was still not enough to attract all the players. His action in Big Horn Village had made a good start, and many players thought that Black Phantom could trigger the hidden storyline. However, it was far from enough to attract the players to actively gather around him. He still needed to plan for the long term. After this battle, the Germinal organization withdrew their forces from the 3 continents and went into hiding. The world situation would probably be stable for the time being. At least on the surface, there would not be a whirlpool of war. The storyline had been changed, and the Germinal organization would not declare war. However, on second thought, the initiative was in the hands of the 6 nations, and it might even cause the war to be brought forward. This was not his original intention. After realizing this, he could only smile bitterly. However, the result was not bad. If the 6 nations did not hesitate to declare war, defeating the Germinal organization would only be beneficial to him. Thinking about this, Han Xiao was relieved. He was not an arrogant person, and he never thought that he could control everyone. What he had always done was to rely on his advantage of foresight to gain benefits and guide the various forces. The deviated storyline still could not avoid war. Han Xiao could not help but sigh at the fact that the situation was indeed balanced. A small butterfly like him could not change everything. However, it was this feeling of being caught in the whirlpool and grasping the opportunity to develop himself while going with the flow that made Han Xiao very motivated. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Players should need about 2 months to reach level 20 according to the speed in my previous life. 2 months is enough for me to go to all the novice villages. After finalizing the next action plan, Han Xiao started to think about another thing, about his own strength. After his advancement, he could smoothly level up to the upper limit of version 1.0. Of course, to him, there was no upper limit. He was thinking about the problem of combat power. Level was only a part of one's strength. It was more dependent on skills, talents, and equipment. Obviously, the mechanic class relied more on equipment. Chapter 147. The mechanic class was known for its versatility in battle tactics. Just like how Saint Seiya would not be defeated by the same move, the mechanic class would not only have one battle mode. In order to form a new battle mode, one would need to revolve around the core of the battle mode. For example, the core of the stealth sniper style was the sniper rifle, coupled with the electromagnetic hover boots, special ammunition, stealth abilities, and so on. For the mechanic class, to create a new battle mode from scratch was a very difficult but also very interesting thing. Creating all kinds of machinery and perfecting ideas would give one a sense of fulfillment when it was finally completed. It was similar to the experience of a management game. I have a lot of choices, such as the Ranger, the foldable turret, and the self-created mechanical suit. However, the Ranger's attributes and intelligence are not enough, and it is too big to carry around. Furthermore, there is only one model. Even if I force it into a robot army, the effect will not be good, and it is very expensive. As for the turret, although it has the word foldable in its name, the base plate is not small either. I don't have the speed to assemble it, so I can't form a fire coverage style. I can only use it as a trap. There is also the self-created mechanical suit. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He had a lot of blueprints that could be used on armor, such as the K600 endoskeleton, smart chip, exoskeleton limbs, electromagnetic hovering power shoes, basic energy cube, and various modules. Furthermore, he had already learned all the basic knowledge, such as bionics, mechanical dynamics, assembly, energy, and so on. He had met the requirements to create his own armor. This idea was not bad, but there were some practical problems. For example, if he wanted to wear a mechanical suit, he would first need a logistics vehicle to repair faults and replenish fuel. Otherwise, his ability to fight would be very poor. It was a problem that most men would face. Furthermore, he did not want to run around wearing a metal can. It would be best if he could fly. He made a jet backpack, but it was still in the testing stage. Once it was activated, the backpack would fly out, but the person would not. If he tied the backpack tightly, he would be able to experience the feeling of a Ferris wheel traveling at 100 times the speed. Han Xiao felt that he would not want to try it a second time, so other than the small drone, his other machines did not have the ability to fly for the time being. Medium and large mechanical suits required the advanced knowledge, heavy mechanical modification. He could only make light mechanical suits. The nano suit was more classic, but it also required the advanced knowledge, micromechanical modification. Han Technician suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He had a new idea. I almost fell for the wrong idea. Actually, I don't need to use armor as the core of my battle strategy. I can start with the support type of light armor. I don't need to match it with firepower. I can just improve my personal qualities. He had an idea. The support type of light armor seemed reliable. He remembered many mechas that he had used or seen before. He should be able to replicate it. As for the robots and turrets, they were not convenient to carry around. They could not possibly bring a truck with them everywhere. Even if they wanted to airdrop support, they would first need a transport plane. Not to mention the fuel costs. You know that the country's airspace is a no-fly zone, right? Even if the Farian Corporation had flight permits, they had to follow the flight route and could not fly anywhere. It was fine to fly in the wilderness, but there was no stable supply station in the wilderness. It would be difficult to use airdrops. The night gradually faded away, and the sky blossomed with the light of dawn, dyeing the night sky into a grayish-blue color and gradually brightening up. Han Xiao twisted his neck, and his cervical vertebrae made cracking sounds. A brand new power flowed through his body, and the rich energy made him feel full of energy. He felt that he could punch a hole in the sky. Of course, this was just an illusion caused by the sudden increase in power. After becoming stronger, his senses were also more sensitive. Han Xiao felt that his vision, hearing, and smell had all improved. He looked into the distance and could see the rough texture of a tree in the distance. Han Xiao boarded the helicopter and let the pilot take off. After taking the Darknet helicopter and landing several times for refueling, they arrived at another novice village in the southern continent. It was also a rogue settlement called Green Valley Town. Blue Star had a total of 19 novice landing sites. 5 were in the southern continent, 4 were in the western continent, 4 were in the northern continent, and 6 were in the Andrea mainland. Green Valley Town was a settlement controlled by a rogue warlord. It was one of the territories of the Overmera family. Overmera was a well-known rogue warlord force. It was managed by a family, and its headquarters was in the northern continent. It was a partner of Theseus, and it also had a territory in the southern continent. The leader was Delot Overmera. Those who had this surname were his direct relatives, and the other leaders were all strong people, such as the second leader Xiao Jin, the third leader Sechi, and so on. It was a force made up of people from different countries in the old era, and there were all kinds of races. The warlord forces had various names for themselves, such as family, group, consortium, general, and so on. The original intention was for the rogue to stick together and not be bullied. Later on, the force grew and became a warlord with armed forces. They had a lot of authority in the wilderness, and many rogues would seek refuge in their territory. After all, the wilderness of Blue Star was not safe. What he needed to do now was to continue looking for players to gain experience. The time in the early stages was precious, so he did not rest after the battle, and went straight to the novice village to find players. There were 3 situations where players could log in, log out, and revive. The first was to revive on the spot. This required some explanation. If you were in a moving vehicle when you logged out, then you would revive on the vehicle and not at the original geographical location. For example, if you were traveling in space, it would be too bad if you were not in the spaceship when you logged in. The second was to revive in the nearest city. This was only suitable for reviving, and not for logging in or out. This meant that if you died, you would get a free chance to return to the city. The third was to bind to a certain revival point. There were some special conditions, such as faction affiliation, special items, and the approval of NPCs. For example, if you joined a secret faction, you could choose to bind to that faction's stronghold as your revival point, but other players could not. Mad Blade's angry sword would go online in the helicopter. Han Xiao left a contact phone and asked the pilot to wait. He then trekked through the forest and headed to Green Valley Town. 2 hours later, the outline of Green Valley Town appeared in the distance. It was located on a plain in the forest, built with fortifications and surrounded by barbed wire. Rogues with guns were patrolling everywhere. Just as Han Xiao had guessed, the players were camping outside the settlement, just like Big Horn Village. Han Xiao did not hide. The lookout in Green Valley Town saw him from afar and immediately reported to the person in charge of Green Valley Town, Bolsas. Bolsas was a bald black man. He was not tall nor strong, but he was short and thin. His pair of triangular eyes made him look very gloomy. When he heard the lookout describe Han Xiao's appearance, he was slightly surprised. Sounds like Black Phantom. Bolsas took out his laptop and pulled up the picture of Black Phantom's bounty. After getting the confirmation from the lookout, his expression changed. I heard that he just intervened in the Battle of Tedramira River a few days ago. What is he doing here? I don't have anything to do with him. Black Phantom's name made Bolsas a little afraid. Although there were many armed forces in Green Valley Town, it did not make him feel safe. Bolsas pondered and said, should I contact him to confirm the purpose of his visit? Overmera and Black Phantom did not have anything to do with each other. Bolsas felt that there would not be any conflict with Black Phantom, and no one on the darknet had put a bounty on him. He calmed down and called an assistant to contact Black Phantom on his behalf. He did not dare to meet Black Phantom personally. When the assistant walked out of the gate and walked toward Black Phantom, Bolsas went to the gate and observed through the barbed wire. He was very careful. However, Bolsas soon saw a scene that surprised him. He saw that the group of refugees who were temporarily staying outside the settlement were very excited about Black Phantom's arrival and surrounded him. Bolsas was very surprised. How did this group of refugees know Black Phantom? There were fewer players in Green Valley Town than in Big Horn Village. As soon as Han Xiao arrived at the players' camp, he was warmly welcomed. The players all crowded around him. There was a sea of people, and he was completely surrounded. The incident in Bighorn Village some time ago had spread to the entire Blue Star group through the forum. The other novice villages were very envious of the people in Bighorn Village who could change their profession. Now that they saw Black Phantom unexpectedly appear here, the novice players in Green Valley Town were very excited. Black Phantom is here. We are in luck too. The players were very excited. Chapter 148. Bunhit Dog had his eyes set on Galaxy as the next video series. As there was very little information on the official website, he was sharp enough to find an opportunity to do a series of commentary and introduction videos. He liked Galaxy very much. A popular game would definitely spawn many video creators. Usually, the first person to release a video would be able to use the game's popularity as long as the quality was good. However, Pork Bun Beat Dog had not found a good entry point. The first video was very important, and he did not want to be perfunctory. It would be best if he could make some interesting content that normal players would not have access to. The appearance of Han Xiao made Pork Bun Beat Dog feel that the opportunity had come. Black Phantom was very popular on the forum. If the first video was about Black Phantom, it would definitely attract the interest of the players. Who would not be curious about this mysterious high-level figure that appeared first? He could use this popularity to make the video popular. Pork Bun Beat Dog, who was in the crowd, immediately turned on the recording function, aimed at Black Phantom, and started to record the material. The commentary and comments were all added later. The crowd of players was the influence of the Bighorn Village incident, which saved him a lot of time. He decided not to sell anything, he did not bring anything with him, and just released a list of skills, which required 5 points of favorability to learn. That meant, you want to change your class? Just give me money. Black Phantom is not selling anything. How do we increase our favorability? This. Do we give him money? The players were shocked, whispering, and the crowd was in an uproar. Han Xiao was calm. He did not need to go through so much trouble in Bighorn Village. Everyone knew that he could change his class here. The price he set seemed to be a scam, but it was actually very straightforward. 2,500 aquamarine dollars for a chance to change class to mechanic. It was up to you whether you want it or not. Compared to the normal way to get basic knowledge, 2,500 aquamarine dollars was a small price to pay. At this time, Bolsa's assistant walked over. He swallowed his saliva nervously and did not dare to get too close to Han Xiao. What's the matter? Han Xiao glanced at him. What are you doing in Green Valley Town? The assistant asked. Han Xiao took a puff of his cigarette. I'm just passing by. Don't worry, I'm not interested in finding trouble with you. The assistant heaved a sigh of relief and said, then Overmera welcomes your arrival. General Bolsas invites you to the town to welcome you. No need, I'll just stay here. Han Xiao shook his head and refused. It was not convenient to communicate with the players in the town. Anyway, the other party would definitely not dare to cause trouble for him. He would leave after collecting the EXP, so he naturally did not care what Bolsas thought. Yes. The assistant hurriedly walked away. His heart was beating like a drum, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. The aura of a legendary killer was too scary. Even if Han Xiao didn't move, the assistant was so scared that he almost couldn't stand still. Especially his eyes, they were as terrifying as the eyes of a wolf in a dark forest. Just being stared at by Han Xiao made the assistant's hair stand on end. This was one of the uses of legendary points. When negotiating with some forces, there would be some additional influence. When the assistant returned to town, Bolsas asked, what did he say? The assistant told him everything in detail. Just passing by. Bolsas frowned. The cloud of suspicion did not disperse for a long time. He felt that Black Phantom and the refugees outside had some secrets. After pondering for a while, he ordered, get someone to keep an eye on Black Phantom. Report to me if there are any abnormalities. Also, get some information from those refugees. I have a feeling that Black Phantom is coming for them. On the other side, the players watched the whole conversation between Han Xiao and Bolsa's assistant. Suddenly, they had a question. They had detection, so of course they knew Black Phantom's name. But how did the assistant know? Could it be that Black Phantom was very famous on this planet? Was he a big shot that everyone knew? The players were still at the stage of figuring out the background of Blue Star. The structure of the planet, background, and forces were still like a veiled beauty. They could only understand bits and pieces from the map. It was like scratching an itch through a boot. Suddenly, the players were very curious about Black Phantom's background. Figuring out the story of the planet and participating in it was one of the joys of the game. Bun Hit Dog faithfully recorded the whole process. He was secretly excited. His intuition told him that this was definitely a great hidden element, an explosive point. The identity of Black Phantom could be used as a prelude to unveil the background of the world. While Han Xiao was quietly making a fortune in Green Valley Town, the world situation was surging. Star Dragon, Hessler, Red Maple, Ordina, Theseus, and Raylan, the Six Nations operation against the Germinal organization had ended, and the aftermath was gradually showing. The Six Nations conference had only been held 3 times. The first was when the Old Era War ended and the Six Nations structure was decided. The second was in the second month after the war. The pollution of the war affected the ecology, and they discussed how to deal with it. The third was in the 5th year after the war to discuss the placement of the Wanderers. The last 6 nations of Blue Star were not very close to each other. If it was not a global issue, they would not advance or retreat together. Today, the 4th Six Nations Conference was held in secret. The topic was the next step of the Germinal organization's plan. To fight or not to fight. The conference was held remotely, and the leaders of the Six Nations joined in the communication. In a sealed meeting room in Stardragon's Dragon Horn building, the leader of Stardragon sat at one end of the table. On the other end of the table was a big screen showing the images of the leaders of the other 5 nations. The corner of the meeting room was full of people. They were all big shots in the military and politics, and Jiu Hui was among them. The meeting had been going on for 2 hours. So, has everyone decided? The leader of Ordina said emotionlessly. No one could tell his preference. The leader of Theseus said in a deep voice, Raylan, Stardragon, and I agree to send out the troops. Hessler and Red Maple oppose. The leader of Ordina was silent for 3 seconds. I abstain. Everyone looked like they had guessed it. Jiu Hui did not change his expression. 3 votes in favor, 2 against, and 1 abstained. He had guessed this result. Theseus and Raylan were the most stubborn. Stardragon had the deepest hatred for the Germinal organization and would definitely not let go of this opportunity. Hessler and Red Maple were not willing to spend money to start a war. Ordina looked like a bum following the crowd, but in reality, it was always scheming behind the scenes. The leaders discussed for another hour and decided on the general direction. In the end, they decided that the details of the expedition would be discussed by each country's military. The big screen went black, and the 3-hour-long meeting officially ended. The leaders in the meeting room looked serious. In the meeting just now, it was decided that the 6 nations would conduct a large-scale military operation on the same scale as the Old Era War, an expedition to Andrea. The 6 nations would advance and retreat together, attacking Andrea from 6 directions and completely destroying the Germinal organization. Chapter 149. Players from Green Valley Village took screenshots and showed off Black Phantom's arrival on the forums, which led to another round of heated discussions. It was Big Horn Village before, and now it's Green Valley Village. Will he go to the next novice location? Is this high-level character arranged by the game developers? The timing of his appearance is so strange. If he's a mechanic instructor, his whereabouts are too erratic. Is he the main character of the planet as written in the official website? Doesn't look like it. I think the main character of the planet should be related to the main storyline, so we won't be contacted so early. Black Phantom should be an Easter egg-type mysterious character that provides mechanic class advancement. Does this mean that other than Black Phantom, it is very difficult to find a mechanic class advancement opportunity? Is that why the developers let Black Phantom compensate us? What the F***CK? Does this mean that if you want to change your class as a mechanic, you won't get it again? The speculation about Han Xiao never stopped. The popularity of Big Horn Village had not yet subsided, and he was once again promoted by the players from Green Valley Village. Han Xiao read quite a few posts with great interest and concluded that there were a few types of players' opinions of him. The first thought was that he was a mysterious businessman who appeared in the early stages to give benefits to the new players. This thought was supported by the most people. The second thought was that he was a mechanic instructor. The third thought was that he was an important storyline character who could trigger important missions. Because of this, Han Xiao had to deal with a bunch of players who wanted to trigger hidden missions every day. Maple Moon's example was exposed on the forums. The players all thought that as long as they showed hostility to the germinal organization, they could trigger his hidden mission. These people had all kinds of weird lines, and Han Xiao naturally rejected all of them. There were even players who thought that they were handsome and had high charisma, and tried to take the great mechanic Han down with their looks. This was especially so for the female players. The leader of Sky Territory, Jade Green Sky, had once posted that women would have a favorable impression of Black Phantom, which caused Han Xiao to be surrounded by soft, gentle, and beautiful women. Han Xiao was indifferent to this. Do you think you don't have to pay just because you are good-looking? How naive. There were also some players who were very arrogant and actually tried to attack him. Han Xiao maintained the attitude of a doctor who violently corrected all diseases. As long as such players revived, Han Xiao would kill them. The game only refreshed the number of deaths every 6 days. This was the resurrection mechanism or the anti-addiction mechanism. Players who dared to attack were directly forced to go offline. This kind of lawless player in the game was obviously used to playing standalone games that could save and load files. When other people played online games, they would carefully and steadily develop, afraid that they would waste their account. Who would dare to be so rampant? No one sympathized with the players who were courting death. Old Rolly had been around for more than 10 generations, and there would always be fearless chicken-killing maniacs who would challenge the entire world. He was used to it. Players lined up one after another to pay. Quite a number of players were attracted by Han Xiao's display of mechanic class strength, but because the requirement this time was to directly give a gift, some of the more rational and stingy players were hesitant, and the line to pay was rather sparse. Han Xiao dealt with it casually while browsing the forum. Suddenly, a new post caught his attention. The title was Galaxy Times. This program is out. Han Xiao's face lit up, and he felt nostalgic. Galaxy Times was a semi-official program with a wide variety of content. The content was all about the official news of Galaxy, all kinds of interesting news, the movements of professional players, analysis of the game progress, and so on. In the past, Han Xiao was a loyal fan of Galaxy Times, and every time he finished reading it, he would immediately ask for more updates. Now that he had joined the program, he wondered if the content would change. In the video, a male and a female host sat in front of the camera like a news broadcast. Behind them was the constantly changing scenes of Galaxy and the scenery of various novice planets. "Hello players," the male host said, "this is Galaxy Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information and escorting your gaming career. The open beta has been open for 10 days, and the enthusiasm of the players has not decreased at all," the female host said. "Then, let us first review the major events that have happened in the past 10 days. The first issue of Galaxy Times was very detailed. The next 10 minutes quickly reviewed the movements of the players in the 10 days of the open beta and introduced the civilization background of each planet. Among them, there was planet Long Song with an ancient background. Everyone wore armor and fought with cold weapons such as swords, spears, and hammers. The background was like a mixture of ancient China and the Western Middle Ages. Obviously, this planet was dominated by pugilists and mags. If the main storyline was given a subtitle, it would probably be Total War, World Hegemony, I'll use your skull as a bowl, and so on. There was also planet Brighton with a highly developed magic civilization. The city was like a floating island, and 99 magic towers were distributed on the edge of the city, forming a resonance with the main tower in the center of the city, forming a city defense circle. Also, the shining crystal ball at the top of the tower provided magic power to make the city float. Occasionally, a dragon could be seen crossing the sky. It was very difficult for novice players to survive in this world, and it was very easy to exhaust the limit of the number of deaths. Of course, there was an even more difficult beginning, and that was planet Winterfrost, one of the territories of the Void Demon race's Extinguish army, and also the only planet where interstellar battleships could be seen. The battleships of the Void Demon race were ferocious and flamboyant, a mixture of magic and technology. The combat power of the Void Demon race was also off the charts, and they could even ride cosmic creatures into space for a short period of time. Their strength level was very high, and the status of the players here was even lower than cannon fodder. Fortunately, planet Winterfrost was only a branch of the Extinguish army, and the main storyline was not to deal with the Void Demon race. Otherwise, the American players who chose planet Winterfrost as their base would not even be able to walk out of the novice village. The more resources a novice planet had, the more difficult it was to start. In comparison, Blue Star's difficulty and resources were more moderate, and its technological background was similar to reality a few decades ago. There were not many surprises, unlike other novice planets with a background where even the trash can on the street was new to the players. However, Blue Star was very popular on the forums, and the reason was the appearance of Black Phantom. He was the first high-level character to interact with the players. The two hosts changed the topic and talked about Black Phantom. The next thing is the incident that happened on Blue Star. Friends who follow the forums know that Black Phantom is the first mysterious high-level character to appear in front of the players, and the players know very little about him. Chocho, what kind of role do you think he plays in the story of Blue Star? The male host asked. Current intelligence shows that Black Phantom seems to have a high position. His identity is very mysterious, and he has a hostile relationship with the Germinal organization, the female host said. Oh, so he belongs to the Six Nations? I'm not sure. The female host shrugged. Maybe only the developers can answer this question. Okay, after hearing this joke that is not funny at all, let's get back to the topic. The male host changed the topic. Speaking of Black Phantom, he seems to be a mechanic instructor, and he can trigger hidden missions. The latest intelligence shows that Black Phantom has appeared in Green Valley Town in the southern continent of Blue Star. So, friends who want to change class as a mechanic should seize the opportunity. Black Phantom is by far the easiest way to obtain the knowledge to change class. However, there have been different opinions on the forums recently. Some players who changed class as a mechanic seem to be regretting it. The female host pretended to be surprised. There is such a thing. At this time, there was an argument in the bullet screen. Most players chose the class that they saw as strong, and when they were attracted to it and realized that the skills of the mechanic class were not as strong as they thought, they would naturally complain. Chapter 150. I'm a closed beta player from Bighorn Village. A few days ago, I was at Black Phantom's place and changed my class to mechanic. I thought it was a strong class, but after changing, I realized that the mechanic class was completely different from what I thought it was. Its skills were rubbish, it failed to repair, and my equipment was damaged. I had to buy materials to repair it again. My pistol was broken like that. My pistol was so F*King weak. A public beta player who was 4 levels lower than me challenged me to a PK. He didn't have a main class, and his secondary class was a hunter. I fought with him 11 times, and I didn't win even once. I lost to a secondary class with a primary class, and I was 4 levels higher than him. The mechanic class was *T, and I could only be a life profession player. I was attracted by Black Phantom's video. I was F*King fooled. Those high-level NPCs always have bonuses. Black Phantom is not a player, and his combat power is not convincing at all. The mechanic class was unbearably weak in the early stages. Maybe it could be as strong as Black Phantom in the later stages, but it was behind the starting line in the early stages. It would take a long time to reach the level of others. Also, the mechanic class relied on machines to fight, and the materials to build machines cost money. This class was only for the rich, and it couldn't be played without money. The mechanic class has no future. My account is useless, and I can only delete it and start again. Rubbish class. Luzman's reply was full of resentment, and he even attached the video of his consecutive PK losses. Many people agreed and pushed him to the top of the list. Glancing at the other posts, Han Xiao realized that most of the posts had traces of Luzman. That guy had copied and pasted the same post many times, and he was filled with resentment. This kind of behavior made many people feel disgusted, and some people also argued with Luzman. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He was not surprised. Players would find out sooner or later that the mechanic class was not suitable for combat in the early stages. Luzman was the first, but he would not be the last. These people who complained were attracted by him. They chose whichever class they thought was strong, and when they found out that it was completely different from the class they imagined, they felt cheated and were angry. There were also players who liked the mechanic class and ignored these arguments. Some people played games for fun, and some people played games to be the best. Luzman obviously belonged to the latter. These negative comments would more or less affect his business. There was only one chance to choose a main class, so the players would become more cautious, especially the first batch of players. Han Xiao shook his head. He still wanted to attract more players into the mechanic class and expand his market. It seems like I need to strengthen the players' confidence in the mechanic class. However, just displaying my strength is not enough. The program was still going on. The male host changed the topic and said, "We have obtained the first cut of the next unreleased promotional video from Shanghai. Please take a look." Another video played on the screen. Just like the official announcement of Galaxy, this promotional video focused on the battle scenes of various professions. The heavy armored knight's entire body was bursting with flames, and the tip of his spear burst forth with a chi aura. He collided with a group of iron shield guards, and the sound of the collision was like a clap of thunder. Shadows of people fluttered in the air. A race with horns on their heads controlled the elements. Flames coiled around their bodies like a long snake. The hooded magician started chanting, and a complicated light magic circle appeared under his feet. Dazzling magic light spurted out from his fingers. The bald, ascetic-like psychic controlled objects and released invisible mental attacks. The enemies surrounding him fell like wheat being cut down. Blood spurted out of their nostrils. The scene was very realistic. All kinds of lights and shadows were dazzling, making people's blood boil. This was the first cut of the promotional video, and it had not been finalized yet. The scenes were recorded by players from various novice planets. For the time being, only a few high-level characters showed their combat strength. It barely gathered the battle scenes of the 5 main classes. Among them, the mechanic class was the scene of Black Phantom. Han Xiao was the first high-level character to show his combat strength. There was a glimpse of Bighorn Mountain, part of the Battle of Tedramira River, sniper rifles, turrets, rangers, and even Mad Blade's angry sword were shown. The players who were watching finally came back to their senses. The bullet screen was full of comments to express their excitement and shock. I didn't expect to be chosen for the promotional video. Han Xiao was a little surprised. He still remembered the promotional video of this version in his previous life. The scene of the mechanic class was a process of manufacturing machinery. This made the players think that it was a logistics class. Of course, very few people changed to the mechanic class. According to the statistics of version 1.0, the proportion of mechanic class players was only 9.7%. His version of the promotional video would definitely attract a large number of players. The mechanic class would definitely not be as bad as before. It would attract more players. Even if there were regretful mechanic class players complaining on the forum, it would not have a big impact. The promotional video also increased his popularity, which was more effective than the players' praise. Han Xiao was very happy. He estimated that his popularity would rise again. The next segment of the program was the trend of the professional players. The male host said, "In the 10 days of the open beta, many famous esports clubs have switched to Galaxy. According to the statistics, the Esper class is currently the most popular class. This class is like a lottery. If you get an ability with high potential, it's like winning a lottery ticket of $10 million. Your future is limitless." It is known that America, South Korea, France, Japan, and Switzerland have all shown strong espers with grade A potential. The big clubs have made offers for these accounts, which are worth millions of dollars. The bullet screen was in an uproar. Buying a novice account with millions of dollars was like winning the lottery. If you were lucky, you could become rich straight away. Latest news: America's Devil Club, Sandstorm Club, France's Tulip Club, and South Korea's Four Stars Club have all bought accounts and will be controlled by the top players of the clubs. The God-level players will still use their own accounts. The God-level players of America's Devil Club, King and Queen, K and Q, have changed to the Mage class and obtained a rare talent through a hidden mission. The God-level players of France's Tulip Club, Lost Angel, have chosen to start randomly and seem to have obtained a special opportunity. South Korea. The foreign esports players all had good performances. The Chinese esports players were not weak, but they rarely reached the top. The champions' thrones of various competitions had been dominated by the clubs of America, France, Japan, and South Korea for a long time. If they could win the championship once, it would be like celebrating a festival. The domestic players also had good performances. A player with the ID Maple Moon completed the prize pool mission alone and obtained more than 100,000 EXP. She became the biggest winner, which is very beneficial for her future development. Maybe she can accumulate advantages like a snowball. This mission is related to Black Phantom. A dark horse with the ID Mad Blade Raging Sword has appeared among the professional players. Yesterday, Rivertown Club, which Mad Blade Raging Sword is in, held a press conference and released a video of the battle between Black Phantom and Mad Blade Raging Sword. Everyone should have noticed that Mad Blade Raging Sword has appeared on screen. He seems to have triggered Black Phantom's hidden storyline. The video of Mad Blade Raging Sword was sent to him by Sleepy Winter. In order to increase their reputation, the club used it for publicity. When the Chinese professional players were in a slump, this move made Mad Blade Raging Sword receive a lot of attention. That's the content of this episode. Look forward to seeing you next time. Next is the lucky draw. How many times has Black Phantom been mentioned in this episode? Please send your answer to the official account, and we will draw 10 people. Han Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. He turned off the video. Han Xiao appeared the most frequently in the entire show. It was as if all the good things were related to him. He gave the audience a feeling Black Phantom equals opportunity. Han Xiao did not expect that he would appear on screen so many times. His plan had paid off, and his reputation had increased again. The direct effect was that after the show was broadcasted, more players came to change their class, and he earned a lot of EXP. Chapter 151. Before Han Xiao's arrival, Balsas had used a few meager resources to drive the players to hunt down the beasts. However, Balsas had discovered something strange. Every time the refugees went out to hunt, they would always come back unscathed. There was not a single casualty. Later on, he noticed something shocking. These refugees seemed to have the ability to resurrect themselves, so they would not truly die. This discovery shocked Balsas. If it was just one person with the ability to revive, he would not be surprised. However, it was unbelievable that a group of people had the ability to revive. Could it be that the ability was contagious? Just like the bear tribe in the myths, their saliva would contaminate the genes. How could they turn normal people into their own kind when they bit them? After some observation, Balsas realized that even a small profit could satisfy them. His mind suddenly became active. If I can get these weird refugees to become my subordinates, with their ability to revive, no enemy will be able to defeat me. I won't have to be afraid of Black Pine's people anymore. Although the refugees all had the ability to resurrect, their individual combat strength was very weak. Balsas had once asked the refugees about their origins, but the answers he received were all meaningless nonsense. No one could tell him anything. Balsas was a little conflicted about this, but it was not a big deal. He only wanted to use the refugees as cannon fodder. Their origins were not important, so he decided not to look into it for the time being. Instead, he was prepared to buy as much as he could. However, before he could do anything, Black Phantom arrived and was being chased by the refugees. Balsas immediately became alert. Black Phantom came specifically for this group of refugees. He also knew about the uniqueness of this group of refugees. Black Phantom was not to be trifled with, so Balsas decided to wait and see. However, an accident happened. The beasts living nearby attacked the town. Hordes of beasts that covered the mountains and plains attacked from the forest, causing the ground to rumble and shake. The majority of the beasts were grey devil wolves. Their fur was grey and black, and they were the size of wild cows. There were also thick purple pythons that were more than 10 meters long swimming among the wolves. Beast hordes were very common in the wild. It was a disaster that every settlement had to face. Balsas did not hesitate to order the town to be sealed off. He had the soldiers control the machine guns on top of the walls and defend against the hordes from above. The players who were left outside the town became a buffer zone. Balsas was glad that he had this group of refugees as cannon fodder. You have triggered an emergency mission, protect Green Valley Town. It wasn't just the players. Even the hand technician had received an emergency quest. The reward was only a few thousand EXP. Han Xiao watched the players fight the monsters with great interest. Balsas realized that Han Xiao had somehow climbed up the wall and was calmly looking at the battlefield below. Balsas's heart skipped a beat. Black Phantom was able to climb up the wall under the watchful eyes of so many people, which meant that he could easily approach him. He was indeed a meritorious assassin of the Darknet. His movements were silent and unpredictable. The players defended Green Valley Town and fought back with all their might. The scene was bloody. Fortunately, they had the support of the town's machine guns. The flames and gunshots never stopped. Otherwise, the players of this level would have been defeated. Han Xiao paid attention to the performance of the players. At this time, Green Valley Town only had two main classes of players, espers and mechanics. He saw many esper abilities that strengthened the body, such as super strength, endurance, or speed, rapid self-healing, and elemental manipulation, such as gathering rocks to form armor. There were all kinds of strange esper abilities. Although they were all low-level abilities and did not last long, they still managed to injure some grey devil wolves. Only the esper players' performance was slightly better. The battle between the monsters and the players was chaotic. Some players recorded the battle and posted it on the forum. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, got up and jumped down the wall. He decided to end the battle quickly. Activating the electromagnetic hoverboots, Han Xiao jumped into the battlefield as if he was stepping on a piece of slippery ice. Like a flash of black lightning, he went straight for a smaller grey devil wolf. This wolf was very old and had sparse fur. It was the leader of the pack, and Han Xiao had noticed it when he was observing the battlefield. Han Xiao did not plan to use sniping to deal with the monsters. He lacked AoE damage, and he had limited ammo. It was a good opportunity to test his LV-50 skills. Even if he was a mechanic, he could still crush these LV-20 monsters with his physical fitness. The beast tide was a common disaster in Blue Star. If it was a large beast tide that stretched as far as the eye could see, he would not be careless. It was very dangerous to be alone in a beast tide, and he would be attacked at all times. The beast tide in Green Valley Town was very small, only about 1,000 wolves and snakes. Han Xiao had something to rely on, so he dared to show off. A few stronger grey devil wolves surrounded the Wolf King like guards. The old grey devil Wolf King roared at Han Xiao, and the guards immediately pounced. Huge claws slapped toward him. Han Xiao was covered in magnetically controlled retractable armor. He raised his arm to block the attack, creating a loud bang. A circle of dust rose under his feet as he blocked the attack of the grey devil wolf that was 4 to 5 times larger. His strength was 69, much higher than the LV-20 grey devil wolf. His 5 fingers grabbed the grey devil wolf's claws, and his fingers dug into the flesh. He threw the grey devil wolf behind him, and a small hole was smashed in the ground by the huge body of the wolf. The wolf immediately let out a painful cry. Seeing this scene, the players' hearts skipped a beat. It was like a dwarf throwing a normal person over his shoulder. The scene was very shocking. Han Xiao felt the strength of his body, and he was overjoyed. His fists were like a pile driver, landing on the bodies of the grey devil wolves one after another. Bang! 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 The force went deep into the organs of the grey devil wolves. Every punch was a crushing force. The grey devil wolves that were close to him were sent flying. They stood up shakily and pounced again, but they were sent flying again. The places where they were hit were left with purple bruises. The surrounding wolves rushed to protect the Wolf King. Han Xiao's vision was completely blocked by the grey devil wolves. Their sharp claws and teeth attacked him from all directions. The scale-like magnetically controlled retractable armor created sparks, but it was impossible to break through. Han Xiao had to bear the force from all directions, and it was difficult for him to move. It is indeed not easy to carve a bloody path out of the beast tide. Han Xiao's eyes flashed, and he activated the repulsive field actuator. A powerful force erupted with him as the center, and the surrounding wolves were all sent flying. The grey devil wolves that were further away were knocked over, and they rolled on the ground together. The path ahead was smooth. Han Xiao buckled his toes and charged toward the Wolf King at full power. The wind blew past his ears, and the distance between them was closed in the blink of an eye. He casually blocked the Wolf King's desperate bite, twisted the Wolf King's head with both hands, and flipped the Wolf King to the ground. He pressed his knee on the Wolf King's abdomen and pinned it to the ground. His left hand pressed on the Wolf King's head, and his right hand clenched into a fist and punched the Wolf King repeatedly. The Wolf King's head was quickly deformed under the powerful punches, and blood splattered everywhere. He could feel the power generated by the stretching of his muscles, tendons, and bones every time he punched. It was like a drawn bowstring, accumulating a tremendous amount of power. He felt a sense of fullness in his control. The Wolf King's weak point was the abdomen, but Han Xiao liked to hit the head. After a few punches, the Wolf King was on the verge of death. The wolves howled and abandoned their original enemies, pouncing on Han Xiao and drowning him. The large pack of wolves pressed him down like a small mountain. Han Xiao was pinned to the ground, and there were many wolves on top of him. The stench of the grey devil wolves entered his nose clearly. Han Xiao frowned, and he almost choked on the smell. His sensitive senses faithfully analyzed the components of the smell. Chapter 152. With both hands on the ground, Han Xiao carried a large pack of wolves on his back. Each wolf weighed a few hundred pounds, and it was very difficult for him to hold up. He quickly rolled away and took out a grenade from his waist, stuffing it under the pack of wolves. Boom! With a muffled sound, shrapnel and sparks flew in all directions. The pack of wolves howled in pain, and they were all covered in blood. Han Xiao's armor was also splashed with a smear of blood. He stood up like a salted fish, and with a swipe of his hand, he took out a retractable machete. This was a model that had been strengthened many times, the official version. Han Xiao agilely moved among the pack of wolves, and the dark glow of the blade flashed continuously, bringing with it a splash of blood. The corrosive venom of the purple-scaled python could not keep up with his pace. With a flash of the blade, the snake's head was chopped off. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and blood spurted out. The headless snake's body was still twitching on the ground. All the beasts surrounded him. With the speed of the electromagnetic hoverboots, the defense of the magnetically controlled retractable armor, and the advantage of his attributes, he could slaughter the entire pack of beasts alone. The players were left with nothing to do, and they watched in shock as Han Xiao went on a killing spree. Why is a mechanic fighting hand-to-hand? The eyes of the players were firmly attracted by Han Xiao's elegant figure. Although they wanted to complain, they could not deny that close combat was really cool. It changed most people's view of the mechanic class. It turned out that only long-range shooters were considered mechanics. Close combat was also very fierce. Furthermore, the close combat style was very distinct, and it felt completely different from pugilists. Mad Blade Angry Sword finally came online. Panting, he arrived outside the town and saw the scene of the beast attack. This was also the first time he saw Han Xiao show off his skills. At this moment, he felt that he had found a guiding light. This was the fighting style that he liked. Just look at his ID. Choosing to follow Han Xiao was the right choice. Mad Blade Angry Sword almost could not suppress the excitement in his heart. He had really made the right choice back then. It was not just Mad Blade. Many players who had been affected by the discussions on the forums and were hesitant to change their class had also rekindled their interest in the mechanic class. After slaughtering countless wolves and snakes, Han Xiao's field of vision suddenly became empty. He discovered that the pack of wolves was slowly retreating while whimpering. The pack of purple-scaled pythons was also spitting out their tongues and fleeing. Soon, they had all retreated, leaving behind corpses that dyed the soil bright red. He took a deep breath and wiped off the bloodstains on his armor. With his attributes, he could easily crush these low-level beasts. He only had 2/5 of his stamina left. Mechanics rarely fought with their enemies in close combat. Occasionally, when he was reckless, he would feel comfortable and relaxed. Compared to using a one-shot killer style, this feeling of punching flesh was more suitable for him to vent his anger. The guards of Green Valley Town came out to clean up the battlefield and moved the corpses back to the town to store food. Han Xiao rejected Bolsez's invitation again. Under the excited gazes of the players, he minded his own business and returned to his original position, pretending to close his eyes and rest. The interface notified that the mission was completed. He had also killed more than 100 beasts and received more than 20,000 experience. His level was much higher than the targets he killed, so the experience would be greatly reduced. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Han Technician was not picky. This was mainly to test his current skills and to have a clear understanding of his own physical attributes. This way, he would be able to pay attention to details in future battles. Another reason was to continue to show the strength of the mechanic class. He had noticed that the Esper players were shining brightly while the new mechanic class players were drowning in the crowd. This would probably cause a group of people to doubt him. Thus, he wanted to use his own performance to divert the attention of the players. Opening the forums, Han Xiao found that a player had uploaded a video of what had just happened. The style of the title was very shocking. Strong. The mechanic class can still fight like this. The video recorded that Han Xiao had almost single-handedly dealt with a beast attack. The image was very impactful. In the past, he mainly used sniping and killed with one shot. He also used turrets and robots to provide firepower. He did not show his individual combat strength. This time, he made up for it. Most of the comments and replies were in awe. However, he found that there was another reply at the bottom of the post that had been manually pinned to the top. Looking at the ID, it was that loseman again. The tone was very harsh. Black Phantom is indeed very strong, I don't deny that. However, the mechanic class is really trash. Pay attention to the beginning of the video. The Espers are the backbone of the battle against the Beast Horde, while the players who have changed their class to mechanic class can only shoot from the sidelines. They are completely useless. This video should be recorded by a mechanic class player. Other than the mechanics who can only slack off, I don't think the other players have the time to do this during battle. Also, stop posting videos of Black Phantom. This bastard is trying to trick me into playing the mechanic class again. As he continued reading, the replies were divided into support and opposition. Han Xiao smacked his lips. He was a little annoyed. Loseman was not letting go of this point and was affecting his business. The player's attention was attracted by the argument, so the effect of him showing his strength was greatly reduced. With Han Xiao's many years of experience in forums, he could immediately tell that Loseman was a war dog. He posted everywhere with a sarcastic tone. Scratching his head, Han Xiao did not have a good solution to this. This was a debate that was bound to happen. Just like the salty tofu pudding and sweet tofu pudding, as long as one was not allowed to talk, one could not stop others from exercising their right to freedom of speech. But I'm an NPC now. Even if my strength is not enough to convince more people, I can't do anything too out of line. I can't run in front of the players and say I'm actually a player. Han Xiao sighed. The NPC template was his secret, and he did not want to reveal it. Although from the perspective of the players, seeing an NPC shout "I am a player" would only be novel and interesting, not many people would take it seriously. Most of them would think that it was an Easter egg or character setting, just like Deadpool. There were also some indescribable training games where the simulated characters would also say that they knew of the existence of players, but who would take it seriously? Those who took it seriously had already been corrected by young technologies. Before the smell of blood dispersed, Mad Blade, who had been observing from the sidelines for a while, ran over from afar. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of the players. Galaxy Times broadcasted his movements, and Mad Blade became a little famous and was recognized immediately. The players around whispered and were very envious. Isn't this the professional player that the show was talking about? He was shown in the promotional video. He does have a special relationship with Black Phantom. I also want to trigger Black Phantom's hidden storyline. Mad Blade came to Han Xiao's side. Han Xiao valued this candidate with potential. He still had some conscience. He did not mind making Mad Blade look bad in front of the NPCs, but he did not have the heart to do that in front of the players. After all, Mad Blade was a professional player, and his image was still very important. Han Xiao casually set some normal quests, and Mad Blade was disappointed when he received the quests. Gathering resources? So boring, I might as well dance. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Habits were really scary. At this time, a player with the ID Laughing Blade walked over and said, "Mad Blade?" Mad Blade's face fell when he saw this person. He said in a low voice, "It's you. You're here to play Galaxy 2. Why not play Tale of Wuxia? Hehe, it's not that challenging." Laughing Blade smiled. Some of the players recognized Laughing Blade. Laughing Blade? Isn't he that professional player? I heard that he's in the top 3 in Tale of Wuxia and has won the championship twice. Laughing Blade enjoyed the players' exclamations. He looked at Frenzied Sword with a hint of disdain. Mad Blade used to be a professional player in Tale of Wuxia, but he was defeated by him many times in the competition. His fame was far below Laughing Blade. Laughing Blade saw Mad Blade's praise in Galaxy Times and realized that his old rival was doing better than him. He felt that it was unfair and purposely came to pick a fight. He did not have good intentions when he took the initiative to greet Mad Blade. After a few words, he pretended to be natural and said, "Since we've met, let's PK. I'm an Esper, what's yours?" "Machinery." Mad Blade was a little hesitant. Although he was riding on Han Xiao's coattails, the early skills of machinery were not suitable for battle, so he subconsciously wanted to reject. Unexpectedly, Laughing Blade suddenly said, "We've known each other for a few years. Let's have a friendly PK. You won't reject such a small request, right? Or are you looking down on me?" Mad Blade was speechless. It was hard for him to reject. There was no need to make an enemy out of someone in the same industry over such a small matter. Laughing Blade laughed coldly in his heart. He was just using words to pressure Frenzied Sword. He was afraid that Frenzied Sword would reject him. Frenzied Sword had gained some popularity in Galaxy, and he wanted to take advantage of it. Once one gained fame, they would easily become the prey in the eyes of others. If he defeated Mad Blade, he might be able to reduce his fame. If he defeated a professional player who had been on the show, he would also gain some fame. Laughing Blade was very confident. His awakened Esper ability was not bad. The basic application was to gather earth and rocks to form armor on the surface of his body. It was more of a defensive type and was not afraid of guns. He felt that he had a good chance of winning. Even if he lost, he could test the gap between them. After all, he would not die. Laughing Blade felt that this was a good deal. Furthermore, he looked at Black Phantom with a burning gaze. Chapter 153. Han Xiao watched with interest. Laughing Blade? I don't remember him. He probably didn't make a name for himself in Galaxy. Mad Blade was going to be a god-level player in the future, but right now, he was lowering his head in front of Laughing Blade. This scene made him feel a sense of déjà vu, and it reminded him of his own past. Back then, there was a time when the leveling business was declining, and he could only find a way to earn some money. He joined a small studio to earn some money for them, but that studio always delayed and deducted his salary. Every time he asked, they would reject him. The boss of the studio took advantage of his big businesses. When Han Xiao quarreled with the studio for the 9th time, the boss acted like a big wolf in front of him. He told Han Xiao to do what he wanted, but if he didn't, he could scram. Then, he chased after him until his level dropped to 0. What else could Han Xiao do? He was also in despair. He could only use his main account to let the boss know why the flowers were so red and why he was so flirtatious. He directly killed the studio until it was on the brink of bankruptcy for a few consecutive weeks, earning a reasonable amount of compensation for mental damage. Blackmail in the game was not illegal. Sigh, the happy times are gone forever. Han Xiao took a puff of his cigarette. He felt a sense of melancholy, as if he had been through a vast ocean and could not find water. Mad Blade could only agree to Laughing Blade's request. He was now LV11, which was above the average level of the players. Other than the repair and enhancement skills of the mechanic class, he only knew basic shooting and close combat skills. Han Xiao knew Mad Blade's strength very well. His eyes flashed, and he called Mad Blade, "Come here." Mad Blade was a little confused. He moved closer, and Han Xiao took off a thermoelectric incisor glove and secretly passed it to him. Looking at the attributes of the glove, Mad Blade's breathing stopped. He was shocked and surprised. "I'm lending it to you. You have to return it." Han Xiao dispelled Mad Blade's unrealistic illusion. Mad Blade was still very touched. He did not choose the wrong person. He actually received such benefits. Was he afraid that I would lose and embarrass him? After putting on the gloves, Mad Blade and Furious Sword gained confidence. They stood 15 meters away from Laughing Blade and Sword, ready to make a move. The nearby players all gathered around to watch the show, mainly because they were curious about Mad Blade's Furious Sword. They wanted to see the difference between a professional player who had made the headlines and an ordinary player. Even if it's a professional player, it should be the same in the early stages. He only has a few basic skills. I don't think he can show off his skills. I think those who have an advantage in the early stages should be those who have trained in combat in real life or served as soldiers. After all, the control is so realistic. The surrounding players discussed in low voices. With a low roar, Dao Jianxiao took the lead and charged forward. With every step he took, the sand on the ground would crawl up his calves like snakes, forming an armor of sand that covered his body. His pistol can only fire 5 shots at most. My Esper ability can block them. As long as I can close the distance, his dead meat. Dao Jianxiao thought to himself. Players were all newbies. Their skill level was limited to the use and understanding of skills. Dao Jianxiao's choice was correct. However, Mad Blade's reaction surprised Dao Jianxiao. He did not retreat and kite him with his pistol. Instead, he charged forward. The two of them quickly clashed. Dao Jianxiao did not have time to think. His fist, which was wrapped in sand, slammed down. Mad Blade's black-gloved palm met with it. Is this glove a piece of equipment? Just as Dao Jianxiao had this thought, he suddenly felt a burning pain. He was shocked to find that his HP had dropped to 0. His vision turned black, and he died. From start to end, this PK only lasted 3 seconds. Only Mad Blade's Furious Sword was left in the arena. The wind blew at his sleeves. He was expressionless, looking very much like a lonely expert. The surrounding players were dumbfounded. They could not react in time. This is an instant kill. That's too fast. That's too strong. No wonder he can be on Galaxy times. Could it be that the hidden quest gave him such a huge lead? Both of them were newbies. Logically speaking, their combat strength should be about the same. It would take at least 4 or 5 shots to kill them. Furthermore, Dao Jianxiao's Esper ability was clearly to increase his defense. Some players recalled Dao Jianxiao's performance when facing the beast attack. He could hold on even when surrounded by 2 grey devil wolves. However, he actually died after exchanging blows with Mad Blade. What kind of attack power was that? Everyone stared at Frenzied Sword's glove with envy. That's a piece of high-level equipment. A mechanic can make something like that. I thought they could only make guns. I want one too. Not long after, the revived Dao Jianxiao ran over. His expression was ugly as he said unhappily, "We agreed to have a friendly spar. Why did you?" He originally wanted to ask why he killed him, but he felt that it would be too embarrassing and did not say it out loud. After defeating his old rival, Mad Blade's furious sword felt proud. He chuckled and said, "Sorry, I didn't know you were so fragile." His words made Dao Jianxiao so angry that his chest tightened. "You're blaming me for being fragile when you die? What a loss." Dying once and losing a lot of EXP made Dao Jianxiao's heart ache. He originally thought that the PK would end there, but he did not expect to be killed instantly. Furthermore, he was forced to the point where he could not blame Mad Blade's furious sword. After the crowd dispersed, Mad Blade's furious sword obediently returned the glove to Han Xiao. He hesitated and asked, "Han, Black Phantom, are you selling this glove?" Han Xiao glanced at him, opened the shop list, and added thermoelectric incisor gloves. It was priced at 80,000 and had a favorability of 15 points. This pair of gloves was a spoil of war he had obtained from Rose Militant. After learning the prerequisites, he had reverse-engineered the blueprint of the thermoelectric incisor gloves. After spending some EXP, he could already make his own gloves. Mad Blade's furious sword was suddenly motivated. He clenched his fists excitedly. This type of close combat mechanical equipment was his favorite. "I can't afford it now, but I'll be able to buy it sooner or later." At this time, Dao Jianxiao suddenly came over. He looked at Han Xiao with burning eyes and said, "Black Phantom, I heard that you are an enemy of the Germinal organization. I want to join you." During this period of time, there were all kinds of guesses about triggering Black Phantom's hidden quest on the forums. They believed that as long as one showed an attitude of being an enemy of the Germinal organization, there would be a chance of triggering Black Phantom's hidden quest. Many players guessed the lines, but Han Xiao had already heard them many times in the short time he had been in Green Valley Town. He rejected all of them. This made the players finally have a reliable guess. Black Phantom's hidden quest depended entirely on probability. Being weak was the truth. Dao Jianxiao was just trying his luck. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, you seem to be quite good. There's a way." Dao Jianxiao was pleasantly surprised. Mad Blade's furious sword's heart skipped a beat. He became nervous and felt an inexplicable sense of sourness. "But you seem to be lacking a little." Han Xiao suddenly changed the topic. He waved his hand and rejected Dao Jianxiao's offer. Dao Jianxiao did not manage to catch his breath. He was speechless for a long time. His expression was angry, and he was jealous of Mad Blade's furious sword. He cursed in his heart, "This guy is really lucky." Mad Blade's furious sword heaved a sigh of relief and became happy again. Han Xiao saw Mad Blade's reaction and wanted to laugh. He was like a man who had almost been cuckolded. "Phut, what kind of bullsh*t description is that? What would that make me?" Han Xiao hurriedly shook off this bullsh*t thought. The EXP on the interface had accumulated quite a lot. The next day, all the interested players in Green Valley Town would be done with their class change. Han Xiao prepared to leave the next day. While he was collecting EXP, someone recorded the battle between Mad Blade's furious sword and Dao Jianxiao and posted it on the forums. Loseman was a player born in Bighorn Village. He won the closed beta opportunity through lottery. He had been saving money and did not change his class. He wanted the strongest class. Until the open beta, when he saw Black Phantom's performance, he was immediately attracted and wanted to change his class to the mechanic class. Other players used missions to increase Black Phantom's favorability, but Loseman could not hold back and spent 5 points to increase his favorability. Among the 5 basic knowledges that Black Phantom taught him, he learned Basic Weapon Study, which was the one with the most suitable name. However, Loseman soon realized that the mechanic class was not as strong as what Black Phantom showed. After losing in PK, he felt that he was cheated. This class was as weak as a dog. However, he did not want to give up his closed beta account. He asked the customer service if he could change his class. The result was, of course, no. This made him furious. What a waste of his luck to get the closed beta opportunity. His account was ruined. Loseman was so angry that he wanted to vent his anger on the forums. He posted everywhere. No matter what the topic was, he wanted to copy the comments that he made about the mechanic class and tell all the players that the mechanic class was trash. The players argued in his replies, and Loseman was satisfied. This was his original intention. He wanted to spread the word, and he liked the feeling of being valued. Chapter 154. Looking through the post, Loseman realized that he had been tagged. He clicked on the post, and the content was the video of the PK between Mad Blade's Angry Sword and Laughing Blade. He gloated and asked him to come out and explain. Loseman had been criticizing the mechanic class in all kinds of posts recently. His position was secondary, and his actions were the source of his annoyance. It was as if he was afraid that others would not know what he was thinking. He forced others to watch it, which was very annoying and annoying. Loseman, a mechanic killed an Esper, come out and explain. After watching the video, Loseman immediately retorted, "This is just an example. That Laughing Blade doesn't know how to play at all. Ha, you keep losing in PK, how did he win? It's purely because you're a noob, okay Loseman?" Loseman suppressed his anger and replied, "Mad Blade's Angry Sword triggered a hidden storyline. Level suppression, equipment suppression, there's nothing to compare. Is the equipment given by the NPC not considered strength? Then why do you still do missions, take rewards, and earn money? Admit that you're a noob, stand firm." F***ck. Loseman was burning with anger and started to curse. "It's none of your business what I say about the mechanic class. Then why are you still posting everywhere? Can't you think before you speak?" Loseman was exasperated. F***ck, what are you barking for? Why do you have to jump out and be scolded by me? You've shown your true colors, haven't you? You're just a troll, what are you pretending for? You chose the class yourself, and you're saying I was cheated. What a joke. Who do you think you are? The game company specifically cheated you? And you still have the face to post everywhere? Are you trying to find a sense of presence? If I wasn't cheated by Black Phantom, would I have chosen the mechanic class? Oh, it's not my fault, it's the world's fault. No one pointed a gun at your head and forced you to choose a class, right? Pushing the blame to an NPC, are you stupid? If you regret it, just open another account. Don't keep posting nonsense, shut up, kid. Loseman was so angry that his head was spinning. "I'm your father, I yuan at percent yuan." At this time, an official message appeared on Loseman's screen. "Detected that you frequently use insulting words, your forum account will be banned for 3 days. Luo's was stunned. F***ck. He couldn't reply. The players in the post soon realized this and gloated. "Haha, you must have been muted for cursing. I'm glad to hear that. Go away, go away. He's just a troll." Luo could only watch without replying. He was so angry and sullen that he wanted to smash something. So interesting. After reading the replies, Han Xiao felt his hands itch. Unfortunately, he couldn't post anything. Back in the day, he liked to watch and participate in people's catfights on the forum. This was a good way to pass the time. However, there were also some people who got really angry as they tore at each other. These people were too naive. They couldn't do anything to others when it came to arguing online, but if they couldn't win in theory, they could just start scolding. If they wanted others to admit defeat, they might as well pray for the national football team to make it to the next round. They could just treat this as entertainment. Most of the things on the internet were fake and couldn't affect their lives. Han Xiao used to be a power leveler and was also scolded by others. He ate and drank every day. When he had nothing to do, he would say a few words to the people who tore at each other. It was to refresh himself and brighten up the whole day. Seeing that the players were active on the forum and he could only be a spectator, Han Xiao felt lonely like snow. He missed the days when he had a verbal battle with a group of scholars, although he always felt that the phrase verbal battle with a group of scholars was too dirty. Looking at the time, it was almost dusk. The battlefield had been cleaned up. Han Xiao heard the sound of engines coming from afar. He looked up and saw a few off-road vehicles driving over from the dirt road. Green Valley Town opened the gate, and Balsas stood by the gate, personally welcoming the vehicles in. The insignia of the Overmera on the vehicles. Han Xiao thought. The off-road vehicles drove into the town. Armed guards got off and surrounded an exquisitely dressed man. Xiao Rui, the messenger sent by the second leader of the Overmera, Xiao Jin, came to the southern continent to find the Germinal organization's bounty target, 0. As early as half a year ago, the Overmera family found that the bounty target, 0, looked exactly the same as the missing Han Xiao. Thus, Xiao Jin sent people to search for him. However, for a long time, they found nothing. Xiao Rui was the leader of the search team. Balsas was very respectful to Xiao Rui and led everyone into the main house. The table was decorated with wine and fragrant barbecued meat that was steaming hot. The texture of the meat was like waves, very layered. The reddish-brown meat had a hint of pink tenderness. Even if one did not eat it, one would know that it would be very chewy. This was the grey wolf meat that had been cut 2 hours ago. The meat was fresh. Other dishes included some vegetables and potato-like mashed crops. In this kind of town, the cost of this table of dishes was not cheap. Xiao Rui was very satisfied with Balsa's reception. They sat down, and the travel-worn Xiao Rui ate heartily. He ate 3 pieces of barbecued meat in a row before slowing down. He wiped his mouth and said slowly to Balsas, who had not eaten yet, "I will rest in your territory for a few days. Then, I will continue to look for that damn bastard." Balsas said, "I will get someone to prepare a room. Just look for me if you need anything." Xiao Rui's position in the family was higher than his, so Balsas was very humble. Okay. Xiao Rui was satisfied with Balsas' attitude. He decided to stay in Green Valley Town for a few more days. In the past half a year, he had been looking for news about 0 everywhere in the southern continent. He had enough of the aimless search. It was a kind of torture. Ever since Han Xiao disappeared, everyone in the family thought that he was dead and did not care. However, when they found out that he was 0, everyone was shocked. Overmera did not want to provoke the Germinal organization. In order to find out what happened, Xiao Jin sent him to bring Han Xiao back to the family for questioning. However, he could not find the target even after half a year. Xiao Rui was full of resentment towards Han Xiao. It was all because of this guy who came back from the dead that he could not stay in the family headquarters and enjoy life. He had seen Han Xiao a few times before. He was weak and useless. If he was not Xiao Jin's biological son, he would have been sent to clean the toilets. Xiao Rui was an adopted war orphan. Xiao Jin had many such orphans. They grew up together and competed with each other. They worked hard to improve their status, so he was very jealous of Han Xiao's luck of not having to work hard since birth. When he first found out that Han Xiao had died, he was secretly happy for a long time during the funeral. He knew that the other adopted brothers who lowered their heads and mourned with a sorrowful face also thought the same. Xiao Rui's preconceived impression made it difficult for him to associate Han Xiao with the 0 that was circulating on the darknet. Why didn't he just die obediently? Why did he have to cause trouble for me? Xiao Rui complained more than once. He looked at Balsas, chatted for a while, and asked casually, "Has anything happened in the town recently?" "Yes, the group of refugees outside." Balsas told him what he found. Xiao Rui was surprised. "There's such a strange group of people. You have to report the results of your observation to the family." "I know. There's another thing. Black Phantom is also resting outside the town. The reason is unknown. He said that it was on the way." Xiao Rui's heart skipped a beat. Black Phantom is here too? Recently, the assassin list on the darknet had been updated. Black Phantom's ranking had risen to 7th. He was very active. Knowing that this legendary assassin was nearby, Xiao Rui was a little uneasy. "It's best that we don't provoke him," Balsas said. Xiao Rui did not comment and frowned. He turned around and saw the expressionless bodyguard, Liu Cheng, behind him. His nervousness eased a lot. Liu Cheng felt Xiao Rui's gaze and said lightly, "Don't worry. Even if it's Black Phantom, I can protect your life. He can't do anything to me. The sun was setting. Ever since the off-road vehicle entered the town, Han Xiao was acutely aware of the changes in Green Valley Town. The lookouts in the town were constantly monitoring him, as if they were worried about his activities. From this small detail, Han Xiao was 80% sure that there was an important person in the convoy that had just entered the town. The Overmera family. I don't have a deep impression of them. They didn't seem to have any special performance in the original storyline. Oh, I remember now. I think this family was one of the main forces in a side storyline of Rogue Warlord's struggle for hegemony. Yes, this side storyline has some conflicts with Bennett's Sanctuary main storyline. I don't have much contact with rogues, so it shouldn't affect this side storyline. Chapter 155. Han Xiao was looking forward to becoming a participant of the main mission and joining as a partner. The mission should be different from the other players. Overmera seemed to be his hidden enemy. Han Xiao rubbed his chin and said to himself, I'll see when the time comes. I'm not in a hurry now. This is just a small territory. He looked at the interface and saw that he had accumulated more than 1 million experience points. Blue Star had 19 novice villages. Excluding Andrea's 6, Bighorn Village and Green Valley Town, he still had 11 chances to earn profession change skills. It was more than enough for him to reach level 60. After that, he could go to some dangerous places and collect rare talents, skills, and machinery. That was why there was a saying, max level is just the beginning. Although he did not have a level cap in the version, it was not the most cost-effective to just keep leveling up. Since he had a huge channel of experience points, Han Xiao was generous and used the experience points to level up his skills. Potential points could not be used carelessly, but experience points did not matter. He directly raised 3 skills to max level. They were Flaming Will, Overload, and Continuous Slide Shot. These 3 combat skills were very important. Their explosive power was increased by another level. If Flaming Will and Overload were activated at the same time, it was possible for the Ghost Gauss sniper rifle to deal more than 2,000 damage. The 3 skills were maxed out and brought him 3 potential points. He had accumulated 24 potential points. He saved them and did not want to use them carelessly. With the rest of the experience points, Han Xiao performed a few knowledge fusion and randomly obtained new blueprints. This time, there was a blueprint that was not bad. Sunworm Portable Flamethrower, Continuous Flame Damage. The most important thing was that it was small in size and had a large attack range. It could be carried around or installed as a small module in armor or robots. A player who had accepted the town patrol mission suddenly ran over in a panic and shouted, "I found an army. They are approaching," and triggered a mission. The players in Green Valley Town suddenly became restless and checked the interface. Han Xiao suddenly raised his eyebrows. He had also received a mission. You have triggered the random mission, Green Valley Town Invasion. Mission Introduction. Green Valley Town, which is controlled by Overmera, is very close to Black Pine Settlement, which is controlled by Lu Cheng. There has been constant friction between them. Now, Lu Cheng is leading his troops to invade Green Valley Town again. You can choose to help Overmera defend Green Valley Town or help Lu Cheng attack. Please choose your side. Mission requirements: inform Bolsas and protect Green Valley Town. Alternatively, join Lu Cheng's team and attack Green Valley Town. P.S. Cannot be changed after choosing a faction. Mission reward: 1. Choose Green Valley Town and complete the defense. Receive 12,000 EXP and 3,000 aquamarine dollars. 2. Chose Lu Cheng and completed the attack. Received 10,000 EXP. I can't believe I also received a newbie mission. Han Xiao couldn't help but laugh. He didn't care about this little reward, but Lu Cheng in the quest prompt caught his attention. If he remembered correctly, Lu Cheng was Old Man Lu's son, a rogue warlord in the southern continent. Old Man Lu's quest for the 4 blueprints was to be received from Lu Cheng. Han Xiao immediately made a decision. As long as he came in contact with Lu Cheng, he would know when the hidden quest would begin. He had been drooling over the 4 rare blueprints for a long time. Let's wait and see if the leader is Lu Cheng himself or his subordinate. Han Xiao took out his sniper rifle and oiled it. He was very relaxed, completely different from the busy players around him. This urgent mission made the players move. Some people directly chose to defend Green Valley Town, which had a higher reward, and went to inform the guards. Some players just watched. Bolsas received the notification and jumped out of his lover's bed in surprise. He hurriedly put on his clothes and quickly walked to the town's watchtower. The watchtower was built with stones and bricks, and the top was covered with weeds as a canopy. He picked up his binoculars and saw smoke rising on the road in the distance. An armed convoy was quickly approaching. The armed forces were several times stronger than Green Valley Town. Damn it, those bastards from Black Pine are here again, Bolsas cursed. His triangular eyes were very gloomy. Green Valley Town was only a branch of Overmera, and Lu Cheng was a local rogue warlord in the southern continent. His influence was even greater. Black Pine was Lu Cheng's headquarters, and Green Valley Town was located dozens of miles away from Black Pine. It was located at a strategic location. Lu Cheng had been eyeing it for a long time. He had tried to invade it a few times, but he did not expect to launch an attack today. Xiao Rui came to Bolsas' side and pointed at the black mass of players outside the town. Don't worry, don't we have cannon fodder? Bolsas' eyes lit up. With this group of strange undying refugees, he could offset Lu Cheng's advantage in armed forces. Bolsas called his assistant and ordered, "You go and tell the refugees outside that I need them to resist Lu Cheng's army. As long as they complete my orders, they will all be given money." Xiao Rui added, "Don't give them too much. Their lives are worthless." "I understand." This group of refugees was the best cannon fodder, a trump card that could defeat Lu Cheng. Bolsas revealed a sinister smile. Luck was on his side. Lu Cheng sat in the middle of a tank with a serious expression. This army had more than 60 off-road armored vehicles equipped with machine guns and rocket launchers. There were also hundreds of fully armed elite soldiers following behind. They were all qualified soldiers who had undergone training. They could at least fight 1 against 3, and they knew how to cooperate with each other. They were not ordinary rogues. Lu Cheng had been eyeing Green Valley Town for a long time. This town was located at a strategic pass in the Black Pine settlement. How could he allow others to sleep there? Only by taking down the town would he have no worries. This time, we must take down Green Valley Town. As the troops neared Green Valley Town, Lu Cheng immediately saw the densely packed crowd surrounding the town. They were dressed in rags and looked like a group of refugees guarding the town. Lu Cheng's face immediately sank, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Despicable bastards, using refugees as cannon fodder. He let the armored convoy stop far away from the town, just outside the range of the town's machine guns. The smoke and dust quickly dissipated, and the tracks left behind on the dirt road emitted a burnt smell. The friction caused the air to distort. The players who chose to stand guard gripped their weapons tightly and waited. The cold armored vehicles and the densely packed gun barrels made many people a little nervous. They secretly swallowed their saliva, and the sweat on their foreheads glistened under the sunlight. Many of the spectating players were puzzled. Didn't they say that they could choose their faction? It seemed like they were about to fight, and there was no time to choose. "Bolsas, you want to use these pitiful people to block my gunfire?" Lu Cheng took out a loudspeaker, and his voice spread far and wide. The town could hear it clearly. "My people can easily tear them apart. Do you want me to use my blood to color your territory?" Bolsas popped his head out from the town's wall with a cold smile. Lu Cheng frowned and looked at the group of refugees in ragged clothes. He said in a deep voice, "I will give you a chance to leave. You don't have to die." But he found that the refugees did not waver after a while. Are these people not afraid of death? Lu Cheng was surprised to find that these refugees did not have a trace of fear on their faces. He hesitated and did not order to attack. Bolsas could vaguely guess the values of this group of refugees. They disregarded life and only cared about profit. When he saw Lu Cheng hesitating, he was somewhat pleased. Furthermore, He looked down on Lu Cheng's indecisiveness and mocked in a low voice, soft-hearted. Worrying about the lives of the refugees and delaying the battle, Lu Cheng's choice was very stupid in Bolsa's eyes. Bolsa's laughed grimly. Just as he was about to order the refugees to counterattack, he suddenly realized that Black Phantom, who had been idle all this time, had moved. Han Xiao turned his neck, stood up, and walked slowly to the center of the confrontation. He instantly attracted the attention of both sides and the players. He crossed his arms and said loudly, "Give me some face. If you want to fight, do it tomorrow." With the enhancement of energy, his voice was not inferior to the loudspeaker. Everyone was shocked. Why is he interfering? Bolsas hurriedly swallowed the order that was about to come out of his mouth. Lu Cheng was stunned. He looked for a while and said, "Black Phantom? Why is this guy here?" The commanders of both sides were afraid and ordered the troops to put down their guns. The atmosphere of the confrontation dissipated instantly. The players were shocked. They were still at the stage of figuring out the background of Blue Star. From the mission introduction, they knew that Bolsas and Lu Cheng were warlords with a strong background. However, Black Phantom was the only one who stood up, and these two warlords were afraid of him. The players' curiosity was immediately aroused. Black Phantom stopped the battle that was about to break out with one sentence and made the two warlords feel like they were facing a strong enemy. What was his background? Look at this line, "Give me some face." How high of a position did he have to have the right to say this? The scariest thing was that the two warlords really stopped fighting. How much weight did his face hold? Wait, these NPCs all know Black Phantom. How famous is he on this planet? Is it to the point where he can show his face wherever he goes? Is this the legendary face fruit? Chapter 156. Retreat and set up camp. Lu Cheng took a deep look at Han Xiao and glanced at the refugees. He ordered his troops to set up camp in the distance. The players were in an uproar. Some of the players who had not chosen the mission camp were observing. From the current situation, it seemed that Green Valley Town had a higher chance of winning. The sky darkened. Han Xiao came to Lu Cheng's camp. The guards saw Han Xiao approaching and raised their guns nervously. "Relax, I'm going to talk to your leader," Han Xiao said. The guards were still holding their guns, not daring to let Han Xiao enter the camp. At this time, Lu Cheng heard the commotion and walked over. He said in a deep voice, "Let him in." If Black Phantom wanted to kill him, there was no need to inform him. It seemed that Black Phantom had other intentions. Lu Cheng asked the guards to back off and led the way into the camp that had just been set up. Behind Han Xiao were Mad Blade and Angry Sword. Lu Cheng sat down casually. He was not worried that Han Xiao would threaten his life. He crossed his hands and held his chin. He said in a deep voice, "The famous Black Phantom appeared in such a small place. I don't know why you intervened. Bolsas should not be qualified to hire an assassin of your level. Why are you visiting me?" Han Xiao went straight to the point. "I'm here to help you." "Help me?" Lu Cheng was confused. "We've never met before." Han Xiao casually made up a reason. "I think you're more pleasing to the eye than Bolsas." Lu Cheng felt strange. He paused for a moment before saying, "Bolsas? He's a despicable guy. He used the refugees as cannon fodder. I really don't understand why these refugees don't even care about their lives. What benefits did Bolsas give them? Could it be that he took their families hostage? I gave them a way out, but they didn't want to leave. They don't have much combat power. Why don't you just crush them? With your armed forces, it'll be a one-sided massacre." Han Xiao smiled. Lu Cheng was expressionless. He did not comment on this topic. He changed the topic. "Black Phantom, I don't know you, and I don't know why you're helping me. What are you going to do? Assassinate Bolsas? I believe it'll be easy for you." "No, I don't want to kill anyone," Han Xiao said perfunctorily. Lu Cheng's mouth twitched. An assassin said that he didn't want to kill anyone? This was even more ridiculous than the Navy saying they couldn't swim. "Then how do you want to help me? If you care about the refugees, I can help you solve it." Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. You have a way to convince them. Perhaps. Then what do you want from me? Lu Cheng did not think that an unknown legendary assassin would help him for free. There must be a motive, but he did not understand what Black Phantom saw in him. I don't need payment. Lu Cheng's eyes darkened as he stared into Han Xiao's eyes. However, all he saw was an unfathomable fog. He couldn't see through what Han Xiao was thinking. Generally speaking, if one didn't want a reward, it meant that one had ulterior motives and was even more ambitious. Silence. On the other side, Mad Blade was confused, but it did not stop him from noticing that the atmosphere had become stiff, and the back of his neck was a little tight. After 2 minutes of stalemate, Lu Cheng did not say anything in the end. He nodded and slowly said, "Then I'll leave it to you." Walking out of Lu Cheng's tent, Han Xiao patted Mad Blade's shoulder and said, "I have something for you to do. You have triggered the mission, spread the news." The mission requirement was to spread the news that Black Phantom had joined Lu Cheng's camp. The reward would be based on evaluation. The more people who knew the news, the more experience he would get. Players were actually counted in the number of people. Mad Blade did not suspect anything and went to Green Valley Town to spread the news. Maybe normal players would be surprised to see such a realistic and interactive mission for the first time, but Mad Blade had been baptized by Han Xiao's love, so he was not surprised by any kind of mission. Now it will depend on how much influence I have now, Han Xiao thought to himself. Mad Blade was very efficient, and it was also because of his small fame. The news spread quickly among the players in Green Valley Town. The players were in an uproar. If we choose Green Valley Town, will we become enemies with Black Phantom? How can we beat him? Is this a mission guide? The players were panicking. The scene of Han Xiao killing the beasts during the day was still deeply engraved in their minds. Becoming enemies with Black Phantom was simply asking for death. The situation of the mission was reversed, and the chances of winning in Green Valley Town fell to the bottom. Also, if they chose to defend Green Valley Town, they would have to attack Black Phantom, which would cause their favorability to drop. It was a waste to offend him for a small mission. If they really fought, should they attack him or not? If they did not attack, how would they defend Green Valley Town? This was a dead end. The players who chose Green Valley Town were depressed. They felt that they had no chance of winning. If they wanted to complete the mission, they could only join Lu Cheng's camp, but they could not choose another camp. Pork Bun Beat Dog was very decisive. He was the first to go to Lu Cheng's camp. The mission was secondary, and the main reason was to film more Han Xiao's material. The guards had already received Lu Cheng's order and let the refugees go. Pork Bun Beat Dog successfully joined Lu Cheng's camp. Han Xiao, who was observing from the side, squinted his eyes and noticed Pork Bun Beat Dog. This ID is a bit familiar. Isn't this a video host? Han Xiao remembered Pork Bun Beat Dog's ID. In his previous life, he was a very famous video host. He had made many episodes of the Galaxy series and was very popular. At this moment, Han Technician suddenly had a new idea. Hey, why did he say again? Han Xiao walked out and came in front of Pork Bun Beat Dog. Your choice is very wise. I think you have potential. Do you want to be my assistant temporarily? Han Xiao said. Pork Bun Beat Dog's eyes widened. He was stunned. Did he trigger a hidden mission? He had never had such high hopes, but he did not expect to meet it. Is this life? You can't ask for what you want, but what you don't want is given to you. Pork Bun Beat Dog was stunned. The surrounding players were in an uproar. He triggered Black Phantom's hidden mission. How did he do it? Is it possible to just join Black Phantom's side? This mission is actually a chance to trigger the hidden mission. Realizing this, the players who were still watching eagerly joined Lu Cheng's side. They could not wait. Like a refugee tide, the camp was full of players. It was crowded and crowded. The guards were shocked and did not know if they should chase them away. The players who had chosen their side hurriedly found Han Xiao, wanting to trigger the hidden mission. However, they were all rejected. Why not? Could it be that only the first person to join the camp can trigger the hidden mission? This was the most likely guess. The players who were one step slower wanted to knock their heads on the ground. They felt like they had bought a lottery ticket and were notified that they had won 5 million, only to be called 3 minutes later to say that they had called the wrong number. They originally had the opportunity to be the first person to try, but this opportunity was taken away by Pork Bun Beat Dog. He was a step too slow and missed a good opportunity. The players thumped their chests and stamped their feet. Han Xiao brought the excited Pork Bun Beat Dog to one side and increased his favorability by 5 points. He secretly planned how to make use of Pork Bun Beat Dog. Bringing a player who made video games was like bringing a reporter with him. He would have a channel to freely pass information to the players. Selectively giving the players some information and only telling the players what he wanted them to know was very beneficial to him. After experiencing the baptism of information explosion, controlling public opinion was like having a weapon in hand. It could discredit the opponent, guide the public opinion, and help to shape his own image. There were too many examples. The news broadcast was like this: seems like I'm playing more and more high-end games. Han Xiao was very happy. He wrote a follow mission with a generous reward and threw it to Pork Bun Beat Dog. Then, he took out a phone that could be used to contact him and handed it to Pork Bun Beat Dog. He reminded him not to lose it. Pork Bun Beat Dog nodded and kept the phone solemnly. Now, there were 2 players following him, Pork Bun and Mad Blade. Han Xiao's mission quota was enough. After the second evolution, the quota for each level increased from 300 to 500. In other words, when he was at level 40, the amount increased to 12,000. Now, it had doubled to 25,000. In total, the total amount was 50,000. The amount of rewards he could give to the players had increased. Han Xiao did not have any news to spread for the time being. He first gave Pork Bun the contact number. There would be a time when it would be useful in the future. Now, I have 3 players in mind: Mad Blade, Maple Moon, and Pork Bun. The number is a little small. I need to expand the backup team. Han Xiao's vision was higher. He would rather go without than have something substandard. His quota was destined to be an elite. If he could absorb the top few experts in the China region into his team, then it would be too profitable. However, Han Technician felt that this possibility was slim. Those super experts all had their own personalities. Chapter 157. Bolsas rushed to the watchtower and saw a large number of refugees swarming into Lu Cheng's camp. He was furious. These refugees want to abandon my town? How did Lu Cheng get them under his control? It was only at this moment that Bolsas realized that this special group of refugees was a bunch of vultures who only cared about profit. Previously, they could be easily manipulated with small benefits because there was no greater benefit. He thought that he could control these refugees, but it was just an illusion. It's over, it's over. Bolsas was panicking. This group of refugees was his trump card against Lu Cheng, and now that Lu Cheng had the refugees, his advantage was gone. He thought about it and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Lu Cheng should not know about the uniqueness of the refugees. At this moment, his assistant ran over in a panic and reported that Black Phantom was helping Lu Cheng. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Bolsas was stunned. He did not dare to imagine how horrible his death would be if he fought against Black Phantom. The supers that died under Black Phantom's gun seemed to indicate his end. Why would a legend like Black Phantom suddenly help Lu Cheng? It must be Black Phantom who helped Lu Cheng get the refugees. Why is he so influential among the refugees? Bolsas remembered that Black Phantom said he was just passing by. Liar. Bolsas had the intention to retreat. If he retreated with the armed forces, there was a chance that Lu Cheng would not pursue. What Lu Cheng wanted was the town, and it would be best if he could do it without any bloodshed. However, it was too weak to give up his territory. His family would definitely not let him go. Xiao Rui came to the watchtower and stood beside Bolsas. He frowned and said, thinking of escaping before the battle, "Have you forgotten Overmera's teachings? That's Black Phantom, and half of the refugees have betrayed us. Overmera never cowers before a battle. Get your men to prepare for battle," Xiao Rui said righteously. But Black Phantom, my bodyguard, Liu Cheng, will hold him back so that he won't have a chance to participate in the battle. Liu Cheng, who was behind Xiao Rui, stepped forward expressionlessly. This calm and confident demeanor made Bolsas feel slightly relieved. Bolsas gritted his teeth and hesitated for a while. Finally, he made up his mind and shouted to his assistant, "Mobilize everyone and beat those bastards from Black Pine home. At least not all the refugees have betrayed us. We still have the strength to fight." "Yes." The assistant hurried to pass on the order. Only Bolsas and the other two were left on the watchtower. Xiao Rui turned his head and whispered, "Get the car ready. Once we lose, make sure we can retreat. Don't worry, I'm on the same side as you. As for the family, I'll testify for you. We've already done our best." Bolsas heaved a sigh of relief. It was safer to leave a way out. He was afraid that Xiao Rui would get carried away, but it seemed that he was still very rational. Leaving behind the soldiers of Green Valley Town to resist would not only delay Liu Cheng's troops, but also facilitate his escape. He would also be able to answer to his family. It was past the wee hours of the morning, and the night was dark. The guards of Green Valley Town were waiting behind the machine guns and bunkers on top of the town walls. Through the fences of the town walls, they could see that there were sandbag positions in the town with machine guns. If the town gate was breached, a street battle would begin. They've decided to defend to the death, so they can't avoid a fierce battle. Fortunately, there are fewer refugees resisting. Liu Cheng put down the binoculars and exhaled. He did not want to slaughter the refugees, and Han Xiao had done him a big favor. Liu Cheng was very surprised. Han Xiao seemed to have a lot of influence among the refugees, making most of the refugees abandon the darkness and join the light. He only spent half a night to solve the problem that gave him a headache. As for the refugees who were still in Green Valley Town, Liu Cheng had already given them a chance. There was a limit to his kindness. "Attack in 20 minutes. Liu Cheng gave the order. While the troops were preparing, he found Han Xiao and expressed his gratitude. "Thanks to you for solving the problem of the refugees." Han Xiao smiled but did not say anything. There was no free lunch in the world. Han Xiao did not mention anything about the reward, and Liu Cheng felt even more uncertain. He paused and said helplessly, "I don't think I have anything that can catch the eye of a person like you." This sentence was caught by Bun Hit Dog, who was standing at the side, and he sensed the hidden meaning behind his words. A person like this. Another clue to the identity of Black Phantom. Pork Bun Beat had a vague draft of the content of the first video. Han Xiao said, "Let's talk about it after the battle. Those refugees will fight for you. Refugees are not warriors. I'm not Bolsas. I won't let them die." Liu Cheng shook his head. "Even without your order, they will join the battle automatically." Han Xiao lowered his voice. "Are these people all crazy people who are not afraid of death?" Liu Cheng expressed his doubts. The battle was about to start, and he did not have time to ask. He hurried to command. As the fleet started moving, a fierce battle began. Artillery fire tore through the night sky, and Liu Cheng's troops launched a fierce attack on Green Valley Town. The machine guns and howitzers on the vehicles fired at the positions on the wall. The battlefield was filled with the sound of engines, machine guns, and roars. The night was lit up by the flames of grenades again and again, and the smell of smoke filled the air. The players also started killing in the night. The players in Green Valley Town had a commander, and a few small guilds were the leaders. In comparison, although the players on Liu Cheng's side were scattered, they had more people. Han Xiao watched from the side. The situation did not require him to do anything, and Liu Cheng had a high chance of winning. Suddenly, a figure crossed the battlefield. Artillery shells, flames, and bullets fell on him, but he was not hurt at all. He went straight to Han Xiao at the edge of the battlefield. "Black Phantom, I'll be your opponent." Liu Cheng rushed over in big strides. "I can't even be a bystander." Han Xiao was helpless. He pulled out his pistol and opened fire. 3 bullets hit Liu Cheng's forehead, heart, and genitals. However, there was no blood splatter as expected. The moment the 3 steel core bullets hit Liu Cheng, it was as if the kinetic energy suddenly disappeared. They turned from extremely fast to static and bounced off Liu Cheng's skin. The power was not even as strong as a slingshot, and a light blue damage value appeared on top of his head. -0. Han Xiao clearly saw that the moment the bullet hit the target's skin rippled, and then the bullet lost its kinetic energy. His eyes narrowed, and he put away his relaxed expression. Kinetic energy absorption? Liu Cheng's attributes appeared on the interface. He had reached level 44. His level was not as high as Han Xiao's, but Liu Cheng's Esper ability was very difficult to deal with. It was the natural enemy of kinetic energy weapons, and it just so happened to restrain guns. Han Xiao thought to himself that he was unlucky to have met an enemy that could restrain him. Kinetic energy absorption could dissolve all kinds of forces applied to the body. If the attack power could not break through the limit, the power would be absorbed by the opponent and turned into their own power. Physical attacks had very little effect on this type of Esper ability. To deal with, kinetic energy absorption, energy, or mental attacks were the first choice. Liu Cheng stopped a few meters away from Han Xiao. He was expressionless and said coldly, "Black Phantom, this battle has nothing to do with you. Don't be a busybody." A legendary killer was watching from the edge of the battlefield. Liu Cheng made the first move to delay Black Phantom and not let him participate in the battle. Han Xiao's answer was 2 bullets that hit Liu Cheng's eyes. It was still 0 damage, and the bullets fell to the ground. Liu Cheng did not even blink. He was not hurt at all. He said calmly, "You are a meritorious assassin of the Darknet, the ace of the Blood Pact Society. Others may be afraid of you, but I am not. Let me give you a piece of advice, stay away from the battlefield." Darknet. Blood Pact Society? What kind of force is that? Pork Bun, who was watching from the side, remembered these 2 keywords in his heart. He had finally touched the tip of the iceberg of Black Phantom's mysterious origin. Han Xiao quickly selected the equipment on his body in his mind and had a preliminary strategy. He stomped his feet, and the electromagnetic hoverboots lit up with a blue light, which made him retreat quickly. His hands touched his waist like a phantom and pulled out 2 berserk eagles. He skillfully changed the magazine with one hand and opened fire. The bullets hit beside Liu Cheng's feet, and poisonous gas filled the air. Liu Cheng noticed the poisonous gas and frowned. He held his breath and charged forward. He had absorbed a lot of kinetic energy from the guns when he was crossing the battlefield, and it spurted out from the soles of his feet. He was like an unstoppable tank, and he caught up with Han Xiao. He gathered a huge amount of kinetic energy and headbutted Han Xiao's chest. Bang! Chapter 158. This attack made Han Xiao look like he was in a sorry state. With the magnetically controlled retractable armor, it only dealt around 50 damage. His HP was close to 3,000, and he was considered very tanky among mechanics of the same level. Liu Cheng's kinetic attack was not very strong, but it could easily cause a knockback effect, which was the more annoying part. The continuous damage from the poison gas appeared on the interface. The Haim bullet was effective, but Liu Cheng's HP and resistance were not low. He could also use kinetic energy to quickly escape the area covered by the poison gas, so it was not realistic to rely on the poison gas to deal with Liu Cheng. The effect of high explosive bullets was better, but like the Haim bullet, it was not the key to victory. Han Xiao did not bring any supplies, so he only had 3 clips of high explosive bullets. He took a deep breath and increased the oxygen level of his blood. He exerted force in his legs and stopped his body from retreating. He put away his pistols and put his hands in front of his body to block Liu Cheng's iron fist. The energy gathered in the fist almost smashed through Han Xiao's block. Liu Cheng's kinetic energy could increase his strength, and Han Xiao was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. A shell exploded not far away, and a strong light shone. The two's arms were intertwined, and the posture of one attacking and one defending was like a silhouette painting. Liu Cheng roared and smashed his fist on Han Xiao's head. The explosive kinetic energy shook the air, and Han Xiao's head tilted. He grabbed onto Liu Cheng's shoulder to prevent himself from being blown away. His other hand activated the thermoelectric incisor gloves and tried to gouge out Liu Cheng's eyeballs. Thermoelectric? Liu Cheng was alerted and hurriedly looked up. The gloves brushed past his cheek, leaving a burn. The burning sensation pierced his nerves. At the last moment, Liu Cheng unleashed the kinetic energy in his body, and a huge force pushed Han Xiao away. Han Xiao took a deep breath and wiped off the dirt on his face. Firearms were useless, and he had lost one of his trump cards. It would only allow the enemy to absorb more kinetic energy. However, he still had other machines that could cause damage, such as flames and poison gas. Luckily, he's not an energy absorber. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do much to him. Liu Cheng covered the burn on his face and looked at Han Xiao's gloves with fear. He then turned around and ran. Han Xiao stared blankly for a moment before his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly chased after him. On one of the tanks, the soldier operating the machine gun saw a figure rapidly approaching. He subconsciously turned the muzzle of the gun, and all the bullets hit the target. However, he was shocked to find that the target, who should have been shot into a sieve, was actually unscathed. The bullets clanged and clanged all over the ground. "Don't hit him," Han Xiao shouted. However, the warning came too late. The surrounding tanks focused their fire on Liu Cheng, and all the kinetic energy was absorbed. Liu Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, and the accumulated kinetic energy was almost overflowing. His muscles bulged like a rat, and he turned around and took a step forward, creating a huge crater on the ground. His entire body shot out like a cannonball. This was the kinetic energy of over 1,000 bullets. Sprinting in a straight line is too fast. Han Xiao's vision blurred, and he did not have time to dodge. It was as if he had hit a moving train. The scenery in his vision quickly receded, and he flew dozens of meters away like a baseball that had been hit by a home run. He fell to the ground and bounced up several times, creating gullies along the way. His body was covered in mud, and he finally stopped after knocking over a tank. His head was dizzy, and his whole body was in pain. Magnetically controlled retractable armor durability decreased by 132 points. You have received 241 damage. The enemy knew how to use the advantage of his Esper ability. It was equivalent to borrowing arrows from a straw boat, and in turn, he had suffered a small loss. Liu Cheng. I have never heard of his name in my previous life. To think that he is so difficult to deal with. I can't underestimate anyone. Han Xiao's eyes were like ice as he entered battle mode. He spat out a mouthful of blood and jumped up to tangle with Liu Cheng again. The two of them fought fiercely on the battlefield. Bullets whistled past their ears, and the flames lit up their field of vision again and again. Everywhere they passed, there was a bullet vacuum. The soldiers did not dare to attack Liu Cheng again, but Liu Cheng could hit the muzzle himself. This battlefield is very unfavorable for me. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He left Liu Cheng and rushed toward Green Valley Town. Like a flash of a shadow, he dodged the bullets of the Green Valley Town guards. He slid up the wall in a few steps and opened fire with both guns, wantonly killing the guards. The bullets pierced through the bodies, and blood splattered everywhere. Liu Cheng was shocked and hurriedly chased after him. Green Valley Town was the root of the conflict. Han Xiao understood this point and immediately adopted a strategy of avoiding the enemy. He did not want to face Liu Cheng head-on. Unless Liu Cheng did not want the town, he could only be led by the nose. In battle mode, Han Xiao had already come up with a strategy. After changing the magazine, he shot a few more guards. Suddenly, there was a loud wind behind him. Han Xiao hurriedly turned around and dodged. Liu Cheng brushed past him by a hair's breadth. His punch missed and smashed a large part of the wall. Broken bricks and dust scattered all over the ground. Liu Cheng's body stagnated, as if he had exhausted all his energy. Chance. Han Xiao's hands reached for Liu Cheng's head. The high temperature of the electrothermal incisor gloves distorted the air. However, there was no panic on Liu Cheng's face. Instead, there was a trace of savagery. You fell for it. The strong energy surged again. There was no sign of exhaustion at all. It was all a disguise. This attack was a killer move that Liu Cheng had been accumulating for a long time. It gathered 80% of his energy and soared into the air. He quickly raised his knee and aimed it at Han Xiao's chin. Once it hit, half of Black Phantom's face would be crushed and fractured. Han Xiao flew backward out of the wall. This touch is not right. Liu Cheng was shocked. He did not feel like his knee had hit anything. Han Xiao was already on guard. Just now, in a flash, he had used the push of the electromagnetic hoverboots to retreat. He was only grazed by the knee, and there was almost no damage. In midair, he pulled out the Berserk Eagle and opened fire, shooting at Liu Cheng's eyes. The accumulated attack missed. Liu Cheng froze for a moment. He could not dodge, but his expression did not change. Bullets were ineffective against his Esper ability. Bang! The moment it hit his eyes, the bullet lost its energy as usual. However, the warhead suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Liu Cheng covered his eyes and screamed. His vision was white, and the pain in his eyes affected the balance of his brain. Dazzling light bullet. It was effective at zero distance. Just thinking about it made him feel good. He had been accumulating this attack for a long time. With a grab, Han Xiao used the gap in the wall to climb up the wall again. Taking advantage of Liu Cheng's blindness, he activated Overload and Flaming Will. His hot hands pressed on Liu Cheng's face. This time, it was a solid hit. Even though Flaming Will was as unlucky as usual, the damage from the first hit was still off the chart. 423. Although the damage was not as high as the sniper rifle, the thermoelectric incisor gloves focused on continuous damage. It was already very scary for the instantaneous damage to reach such a level. Liu Cheng was not him. He only had around 2000 HP, and almost 20% of his HP was burned off in one hit. Furthermore, the damage was still increasing. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Liu Cheng screamed in pain and hurriedly used his energy to push Han Xiao away. His face was severely burned, and it was beyond recognition. It was full of black and red burns. Liu Cheng's vision was damaged, and his vision was distorted. He could only barely distinguish a direction. He clenched his teeth and ran away. Han Xiao immediately chased after him. Liu Cheng's heart sank. He was still holding on to the hope that Black Phantom would not chase after him because of the battle. Now, it seemed that there was no hope for him to escape. He knew that he would not be able to escape death. In the end, he fulfilled the responsibility of a bodyguard and delayed Han Xiao. If he died, Overmera would take care of his family. Chapter 159. More than 10 minutes later, Liu Cheng slowed down and fell to the ground. He had used up all his accumulated energy. He turned around and realized that Han Xiao was still following behind him like a ghost. "Kill me." The scars on Liu Cheng's face were too horrible to look at. He smiled sadly. "I don't need you to tell me," Han Xiao said indifferently. He opened his palm and grabbed Liu Cheng's head. His fingers penetrated the skull. When Liu Cheng stopped breathing, Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief. "This is a strong opponent. I almost failed." Looking at Liu Cheng's body one last time, Han Xiao fired a high-explosive bullet to prevent him from being eaten by the wild beasts. He then followed the sound of gunfire and returned to the battlefield in Green Valley Town. The battle was even more intense. The gate of Green Valley Town had been blown up. The armored vehicles roared through the streets and fired at the machine gun positions built by the sandbags. The residents of Green Valley Town closed their doors and windows, covered their ears and shivered in the corners of their houses. Liu Cheng's troops consciously avoided the normal residents. Since Liu Cheng had dragged him into the battle, he would end it quickly. Han Xiao set off to look for the commander of Green Valley Town. He looked for the commander in the town but found that there was no one to command. On the other side of Green Valley Town, there were two distant tracks on the ground, indicating the direction of Bolsas and Xiao Rui. Escaped. The off-road vehicle drove in the dark forest. The sound of gunfire in Green Valley Town gradually faded away. Xiao Rui, who was in the back seat, could see the fire behind him through the gaps in the trees. Liu Cheng is dead. Xiao Rui clenched his fists and pressed them on his knees, barely suppressing his trembling legs. Liu Cheng had served the family for more than 10 years. He was loyal and was one of the strongest in the family. He had many amazing achievements. Xiao Rui had always regarded him as his backer. He did not expect that he would die in the hands of Black Phantom. Xiao Rui originally thought that even if Liu Cheng could not stop Black Phantom, he could still escape unscathed. However, Liu Cheng's last words in the headset before he escaped made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. He did not hear what Liu Cheng said at all. He only knew that his backer was about to fall. Balsas and 4 armed guards were still in the vehicle. They looked nervous. Black Phantom is a monster. I told you not to mess with him. You didn't listen. Balsas was sweating. Xiao Rui's face was ashen. Stop talking nonsense. At least we escaped. He won't come after us, right? Balsas kept glancing at the rearview mirror, his heart pounding. Xiao Rui swallowed his saliva. Liu Cheng is currently attacking Green Valley Town. The town guards are helping us hold off the enemy. He doesn't have time to chase after us. Just as he finished speaking, a ghostly black figure appeared in the rearview mirror and followed them like a shadow. Everyone in the car screamed in fright. He's here. Run. Step on the accelerator all the way, don't let go. The people in the car were extremely panicked. The off-road vehicle was like a wild dog that was out of control. It sped up crazily and shook off Han Xiao for a moment. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the car slowed down slightly. The black ghost was like a gangrene attached to the bone. It appeared behind them again like the king of hell. Everyone's adrenaline surged, and their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. They were so nervous that their bodies were stiff. The atmosphere of a horror movie finally made the driver make a mistake. In a panic, the car fell off the slope and rolled to the bottom of the slope with its 4 wheels facing the sky. Xiao Rui was dizzy. He struggled to climb out of the car window. Suddenly, a pair of shining blue boots appeared in his sight. He looked up and saw Black Phantom looking down at him indifferently. Don't kill me, bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out continuously. Xiao Rui was so scared that he closed his eyes. After a while, he realized that there was no pain. He opened his eyes and found that the 4 armed guards were all shot dead. He and Balsas were left behind. Xiao Rui was trembling. He had to stay calm in such a situation, but the fear of death made him unable to calm down. The fear was like a tide, drowning his heart time and time again. He didn't even dare to look straight into Han Xiao's eyes. He said in fear, Black Phantom, spare my life. I can give you a huge reward. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. The reason he left Xiao Rui alive was because he found that he was sandwiched in the middle by the guards. He guessed that Xiao Rui was a big shot, so he purposely left him alive. Balsas regretted having a conflict with Black Phantom and even more regretted listening to Xiao Rui's advice. He looked straight into Han Xiao's eyes and said angrily, You liar, you've been working with Liu Cheng for a long time. You're not just passing by. He said that he wasn't interested in looking for trouble. It was all a lie. Han Xiao stroked the pistol and chuckled. Would you believe me if I said it was a coincidence? I know I won't be able to live after falling into your hands. Kill me. Balsas suddenly became tough and shook off Xiao Rui's hand that was anxiously pulling on his shirt. I don't know if you really want to die or if you're just pretending to be tough, but I'll do as you wish. Bang. The bullet pierced through Balsas's temple. He fell down, and the pool of blood gradually expanded. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Balsas was not pretending. He was really desperate and wanted to die quickly. For a warlord like this who operated in the wild, even if they were afraid of death, they would accept it calmly when faced with death. However, there was another person who was much more cowardly. Han Xiao looked over. Xiao Rui was so scared that he did not even dare to breathe loudly. His face was pale, and his back was covered in cold sweat. Han Xiao squatted down and patted Xiao Rui's face with the gun barrel. You don't want to die? Xiao Rui nodded quickly. Give me a reason. I can give you a lot of money. I can recommend you to the Overmera family. Do I look like I need it? Han Xiao pointed at himself with the muzzle of the gun. Xiao Rui swallowed his saliva in fear and racked his brains to think of something that could move Black Phantom. Han Xiao's eyes were sharp. He suddenly saw that Xiao Rui's pocket was bulging. He reached out and took out a stack of bounty slips. It was actually a warrant for his zero identity. Why did the Overmera people have my bounty slips? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, waved the paper in his hand, and stared at Xiao Rui without saying a word. Xiao Rui saw that there was finally something that had attracted Black Phantom's interest. He quickly spilled the beans and told Black Phantom everything he knew. Xiao Han. 0. The Overmera family. After hearing the information, Han Xiao was stunned. He never knew that his original body had such a background. You're not lying to me. Han Xiao frowned. Xiao Rui nodded repeatedly. Black Phantom seemed to be interested in 0. He did not care about the reason. He only knew that he had a chance to live, so he did not have the heart to hide anything. He struggled to take out the car computer and opened the photos one by one. The photos were of Han Xiao's original body in the Overmera family before he was taken away by the Germinal organization. With this solid evidence, Han Xiao no longer had any doubts about his identity. So, I have a cheap father and a bunch of brothers and sisters? Han Xiaoxin's feelings were very complicated. He always thought that he had nothing to worry about in this world, but he did not expect that he still had this layer of fetters. Overmera was his home. Han Xiao glanced at Xiao Rui. This person was also his family. Overmera, a warlord in the northern continent. The second leader, Xiao Jin, is my original body's biological father. Their power is not small. Han Xiao was silent as he pondered. Xiao Rui's heart was in his throat. He was like a prisoner waiting for his sentence. He felt that this was the longest minute of his life. You can go, Han Xiao said lightly. Xiao Rui could not believe it. He stood up trembling and ran 2 steps away. When he turned back and saw that Han Xiao was indifferent, he was ecstatic. His life was saved. He did not have any thoughts of revenge. He did not want to have anything to do with Black Phantom anymore. He ran as fast as he could. Suddenly, there was a pain in the back of his head. Xiao Rui lost control of his body. He ran 2 steps forward due to inertia and fell face first onto the ground. His pupils were dilated, and his face was blank. What happened to me? So cold. This was Xiao Rui's last thought in this world. There was a deep bullet hole in the back of his head, and blood was flowing out. Han Xiao put the berserk eagle back into the holster expressionlessly. He thought about it and decided to just kill him. Overmera was the fetters of the original body. That unlucky guy's soul was already gone. He was him, not another person. Even if they were related by blood, Han Xiao would not treat Overmera as family, not to mention that the original body was killed by his big brother. He would not inherit the relationship of the original body. To him, Overmera was like a stranger, not a concern. He would kill if he had to. Maybe with the original body's identity, he could get some help from Overmera, but with his status, he did not need to submit to such a level of power. Most importantly, he did not want to do so. My family is not in this world. He set the body on fire, turned around, and left. The dancing flames made his silent shadow very long. Chapter 160. Northern Continent, Overmera Headquarters. Southern Continent's Green Valley town was attacked, and we lost this territory. The last news was an hour ago. Liu Cheng died in battle, and Bolsas and Xiao Rui retreated. There's no new news yet, so it's probably not going well. An exquisite crystal wine glass fell to the ground, and the red wine left a blooming rose on the expensive handmade carpet of Ordina. Big Boss Delot breathed heavily like a bear. His body was about the same size as a bear, so his nickname was Overmera's White Bear. This was Delot's study room. He had a violent temperament, so the bookshelves were not filled with books, but with all kinds of guns, ammunition, daggers, and swords. It was like a small armory. Who dared to touch our people? Dello glared at them. A tall, middle-aged man was sitting in front of the desk. He was wearing a suit that looked like a suit, but the details were different. He was wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and the gold-plated glasses were hanging on his ears. If one ignored the strong muscles that supported the suit, this person looked like a scholar. Overmera's second leader, Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin held the tablet computer with one hand and said lightly, "There are two enemies. One is a warlord from southern continent, called Lu Cheng. I've heard of his name before. He's one of the armed forces gathered in southern continent. I want him to pay blood for blood. Overmera must take revenge." Delot slammed the table and asked, "Who's the other person?" "Darknet's meritorious assassin, Black Phantom. Get him." Delot paused after saying 3 words. He reacted, and his face darkened. "How did we get him involved?" "Black Phantom, a legendary assassin who came and went like a shadow." Delot was very wary of this kind of lone wolf. Overmera was a big family, and they were most afraid of legendary assassins like Black Phantom. If he went crazy and tried to assassinate the middle-level members of the family, it would be impossible to guard against. Although Delot was impulsive, he knew who he could mess with and who he could not. He could deal with Lu Cheng without hesitation. Lu Cheng's forces were in southern continent, so it was impossible for him to affect the Overmera headquarters in northern continent. However, Black Phantom was different. He was a lone wolf who could come to northern continent. Even Liu Cheng was killed. Whether the experts in the family could pose a threat to Black Phantom was still a question. Furthermore, Black Phantom's whereabouts were unpredictable. Without a huge intelligence network, they could not even find him. The organization that he worked for was the world's largest intelligence network. Delot felt that he would be treated as a fool if he asked the Darknet for help to deal with people from the Darknet. Overall, making an enemy out of Black Phantom was not a wise choice. Delot could only suppress the anger in his heart and find an excuse. Investigate the reason why Black Phantom intervened. Don't mess with him first. Xiao Jin nodded. His face was expressionless, and no one could tell what he was thinking. Delot had a bad temper. He pointed at Xiao Jin's face and shouted, "You better solve your son's problem quickly. The war is coming. I don't want to have anything to do with the germinal organization at this time." Xiao Jin pushed his glasses and said lightly, "He's my son. As long as we find him, he will come back obediently." The sky was about to break, and the gunshots in Green Valley Town finally stopped. The stubborn enemies were all dead. Lu Cheng took over Green Valley Town and ordered the soldiers to clean up the battlefield. He restrained the troops from harming any residents. The residents who had not slept the whole night walked on the streets in fear. They listened to the new owner of the town, Lu Cheng, give a speech in the square. He promised the safety of everyone's lives and property and comforted the residents. Invasion of Green Valley Town, mission. The players who chose the defense camp all failed the mission and were dejected. The battle last night was very intense and crazy. Many players wanted to continue. Han Xiao also received the mission experience. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. He crossed his arms and leaned against a house, waiting for Lu Cheng to finish his speech. Beside him were Mad Blade, Angry Sword, and Pork Bun Beat Dog. Mad Blade Angry Sword was not in a good mood. He was very sad that he could not have Han Xiao to himself. Pork Bun Beat Dog came over and asked curiously, "I know you. You appeared in Galaxy Times. You are a professional player." "Oh." Mad Blade Angry Sword's reaction was cold. "Have you been following Black Phantom?" Pork Bun Beat Dog asked curiously. Mad Blade Angry Sword did not want to talk to Pork Bun Beat Dog, but as a professional player, he had to pay attention to his image. He could not be too cold, so he nodded. "Do you know where he came from?" "His real name is Han Xiao." Mad Blade Angry Sword said casually. He then reacted and quickly turned his head. Seeing that Han Xiao beside him did not respond, he continued, "He used to serve in Stardragon. I don't know the details, but I know that he is related to a camp called Stardragon Homeland Strategic Defense Bureau." Pork Bun Beat Dog's eyes lit up. What he wanted to do was to find out the origin of Black Phantom. Mad Blade Angry Sword was the longest follower, so he knew important material that others did not know. He valued it very much. He smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I am a video game producer." Frenzied Sword was stunned for a moment. Now that the name was mentioned, he finally remembered why Bunhit Dog's ID looked so familiar. It turned out that Bunhit Dog was the author of the XX Adventure Diaries series. When he played Tale of Wuxia in the past, he had also seen Bunhit Dog's Tale of Wuxia Adventure Diaries. "Oh, it's you." Mad Blade Angry Sword's face turned serious. He put away his impatience and received Pork Bun's friend request at the same time. He accepted it immediately. Only with status and fame would people take them seriously. If they were just casual players, Frenzied Sword would not have cared. However, with fame, it was a different story. Pork Bun Beat Dog said, "I am going to move to Galaxy and make a series. The first episode will be based on the origin of Black Phantom and explore this character's experience and identity. I hope you can give me some material and also appear in the video. We can do the show together." Han Xiao never talked about his origin. Pork Bun Beat Dog set Mad Blade Angry Sword as his target. "Sure." Mad Blade Angry Sword agreed. This was a win-win situation. If a professional player participated in the show, it would also increase their fame and exposure. Listening to the two of them discussing behind his back, Han Xiao did not stop them. Mad Blade Angry Sword's knowledge of him was limited. This information could be divulged, and it could also arouse more players' curiosity about him. It was not enough to just keep them in suspense. He had to give them some real information from time to time. This was the reason why he brought Pork Bun Beat Dog. After comforting the residents of Green Valley Town, Lu Cheng threw the matter to his assistant and came to Han Xiao. He said sincerely, "Black Phantom, thank you for your help. Otherwise, I would not have been able to take down Green Valley Town. It's a pity that Bolsers escaped." "Oh, I killed him." Lu Cheng's face froze. He slowly nodded. "I'm very grateful. You really don't want any reward?" Han Xiao laughed and changed the topic. "Did you notice the strangeness of the refugees?" At the mention of this, Lu Cheng's face became very interesting. He said in disbelief, "This group of refugees can all come back from the dead. It's unbelievable. I thought they were just normal people. The world is so big, there are so many strange things." Lu Cheng did not want to let the refugees join the battle, but the players acted on their own. He quickly discovered the unique characteristic of the players being able to revive. He was shocked. Only then did he understand what Han Xiao meant. This group of people was too special. He had underestimated them. He finally understood why this group of people were not afraid of death. It was because they could not die. Pork Bun Beat Dog, who was beside them, suddenly felt that this conversation was a little strange. "Refugees? Are you referring to the players? Why would the NPCs think that the revival of the players is strange? Shouldn't they just ignore it?" Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He pulled Lu Cheng to the side. He did not want the players to hear the following conversation. "Black Phantom, do you know the origin of this group of refugees?" Lu Cheng asked in surprise. Han Xiao's tone was natural. "I don't know, but I know that they are very hardworking and only care about profit. Didn't you take down Green Valley Town? You need people to build it. This group of refugees is the best labor force. You can give them missions, jobs. But some of the refugees were my enemies before. They are my enemies. They did not help Bolsers because they were loyal. You can treat them as mercenaries." Chapter 161. Han Xiao smiled and said meaningfully, "Time will give you the answer." Lu Cheng nodded. He temporarily suppressed his doubts about the refugees and prepared to ask his subordinates to investigate. He then took the initiative to invite Han Xiao to his territory, Black Pine Settlement. Black Phantom said that he did not want any reward, but Lu Cheng did not dare to take it seriously. He had to show his good intentions. Han Xiao agreed because he wanted to interact more with Lu Cheng. He had checked on the darknet before and found out that Liu Cheng was a very powerful rogue warlord in the southern continent. Black Pine Settlement was very large, and Green Valley Town paled in comparison. Black Pine was located in the ruins of a small city from the old era and had been transformed into a settlement. There were tens of thousands of residents living in it, and it had a lot of facilities. There was even a biological research center and a weapons research center. There was a difference between a rogue warlord and a rogue settlement. The two concepts were different. A settlement was where rogues spontaneously gathered together to defend against dangers in the wild. Generally, a reliable leader was elected democratically. The structure was loose, and there was basically no hierarchy. Warlords were more like lords. They spent resources to build a settlement and could take in scattered groups of rogues. They would charge a certain fee and then provide shelter. The fee could be in the form of taxes or labor. They would purposefully develop armed forces to defend the settlement and attack other warlords. Most of the armed forces were mercenaries, but there were also rogues who volunteered to join the army. Warlords and settlements were scattered all over the continent. There were many of them, and some of them were large and some were small. One of the goals of Bennett's sanctuary was to integrate all the rogues and build a new city that was independent of the Six Nations. It would provide shelter to all the refugees and naturally conflict with the warlords. As a main storyline, this was a very big project. Bennett's plan was like a big shelter. The sanctuary was not only to avoid war, but also the dangers in the wild. Liu Cheng invited Han Xiao to get on the bus and headed to Black Pine. The players in Green Valley Town could still get missions from the town. Those who chose the defense camp were pleasantly surprised to find that their favorability with Green Valley Town did not decrease. They all breathed a sigh of relief and watched Black Phantom leave. When they first arrived, there were only 2 people. Now, there was one more person, Pork Bun and Beat Dog. Everyone squeezed onto the military transport vehicle. The scenery outside the window flew by. Han Xiao made a call and asked the pilot of the Darknet helicopter to wait for him at Black Pine Settlement. He told Liu Cheng about this matter, and Liu Cheng said that he would let them pass and leave a landing pad. Han Xiao and Liu Cheng were casually chatting when he suddenly asked, "With your armed forces, you could have attacked as soon as you arrived at the town. The refugees wouldn't have been able to stop you. Why did you give Bolsas time to prepare?" Liu Cheng shook his head. At that time, he didn't know that players could be resurrected. Only people without faith think that killing can solve all problems. The lives of your subordinates are also lives. Han Xiao smiled. The strong should protect the weak. Liu Cheng paused for a moment before saying, "I won't slaughter unarmed refugees. The tragedy of Laubert is a lesson for all warlords." The Robert Potter tragedy? What's that? The one who asked the question was Pork Bun Beat Dog. He was still recording the material. Liu Cheng thought that Mad Blade and Pork Bun were Han Xiao's subordinates. For the sake of Han Xiao, he explained, Laubert was once a large settlement of wanderers in the western continent. It was invaded by a warlord. The warlord of Laubert won the hearts of the people, so the residents spontaneously helped to resist. Unfortunately, the enemy was too strong, and the settlement was still conquered. The warlord was angry that the residents retaliated, so he massacred the unarmed residents, stole all the resources, and burned down the settlement. Tens of thousands of wanderers died. Pork Bun Beat Dog did not think much of it. In real history, such massacres had happened countless times. He asked, "And then?" Then, the warlord who massacred the hundreds of mercenaries who carried out the massacre were all killed by a super in one night 20 days later. After that, no warlord dared to kill the innocent anymore. Pork Bun Beat Dog was stunned. "Why?" Han Xiao continued the conversation and said calmly, "Because there are some people who call themselves superheroes. If this was a normal world, people would not be able to resist violence. Even if they were angry at the perpetrators, they would not be able to do anything. However, the Blue Star had superpowers, and there were no laws in this chaotic world. Those with power could become law enforcers, and some supers who were unhappy had the power to kill people. The actions of these superheroes set artificial boundaries for the forces in the wilderness, forming a code of law that was based on common sense. What was common sense? From a moral point of view, it was something that most people felt was too much. Unless there was no loophole in the massacres, sooner or later, there would be supers who called themselves friends of justice coming to find them. This could also be considered a form of moral kidnapping. Because I am strong enough, you have to follow my morals. In essence, the law of the jungle was still the law of the jungle, but it allowed the wilderness to have a set of rough rules that indirectly protected the lives of the wanderers. Pork Bun Beat Dog hurriedly recorded the material. He liked this kind of world news, as it could enrich the content of his videos. Han Xiao stroked his chin. The tragedy of Robert Potter reminded him of a wild boss. In the ruins of Robert Potter, the burnt corpses were not buried, and wild beasts were attracted to them. A new type of virus grew in the corpses and spread out. The land and water in a large area were contaminated, and the wild beasts that entered the area mutated. Every once in a while, a new Beast King wild boss would appear, which could trigger a mission to kill it. I remember that the reward was the mutated heart of the boss. If given to a biological research group, they could make potions that increased attributes and had a chance of awakening rare talents. Every once in a while, a wild boss would appear, and the players could kill it repeatedly. Repetitive actions were indispensable in the game, such as missions, farming monsters, and dungeons. Speaking of which, there were a few types of dungeons. The first was a special setting where monsters would continuously spawn, such as certain magical secret realms or technological simulation battle rooms. Apart from these special spaces, in the real world of Galaxy, there were also important areas where forces were stationed, large-scale battlefields, and so on that could be used as dungeons. These dungeons were full of randomness and could be closed at any time. The second type was the dungeon crystal. This was a special item that could be dropped through special missions, and only the players could use it. It allowed them to enter a parallel space where they could go back in time and participate in events that happened in the past. The scenes that the dungeon crystal could enter were all different, and it was related to the mission that dropped the dungeon crystal. The missions that rewarded the dungeon crystal could be repeated once in a while, and it was a dungeon that the players could steadily clear. There was also a record of the time it took to clear the dungeon, as well as a leaderboard for the various dungeons. Using the dungeon crystal would appear as a sudden disappearance in the eyes of others. The user would enter a parallel space where they would not be able to affect the outside world, but they would be able to gain something from the dungeon. This was similar to the technology of space warp devices and teleportation spells, and it could even be used to reverse time. Han Xiao did not know if he could use the dungeon crystal, as he felt that it was very risky. He did not know the principle behind the dungeon crystal. If it could be broken up into molecules and reassembled into a body, the players could be resurrected, and he would be dead. Some special items could only be used by the players, such as the superpower gene awakening fluid sold in the shop, which would appear out of thin air after purchase. Han Xiao also obtained the gene blending fluid from the Rose Militant mission, which could be obtained through the interface. The dungeon crystal was also such an item. It's better not to take the risk and try using the dungeon crystal. Han Xiao was helpless. To be honest, it was a waste of time for him to farm for the dungeon crystal. It was more reliable to complete the main mission and hidden mission. The fleet traveled for a few hours, and the outline of Black Pine Settlement appeared in the distance. It was huge, like a miniature version of a city, and it had a wilderness vibe. There were bricks, animal skins, and ferocious-looking scrap metal. The electrified wire fence on the wall showed signs of rust, and a dirt road surrounded by wire fences was the only way to the main gate. There were many burn marks on the metal gate. Welcome to Black Pine. Chapter 162. It's huge, Pork Bun exclaimed. This isn't a scene for newbies, right? The gate slowly opened, and the car drove in. The first thing they saw was a series of watchtowers, sandbag positions, and barracks. Fully armed soldiers stood guard and patrolled, and further in was the residential area. The layout of the buildings was more casual, not as strict as the city planning, and there were no tall buildings. The family car drove through the streets, and there were hawkers and residents shopping. It was like a small city. The car stopped, and they got out. Lu Cheng ordered people to prepare a banquet. Since he invited Han Xiao as a guest, he naturally had to do his part as a host. He brought Han Xiao and the other two to look around. From time to time, residents would smile and greet Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng had a lot of prestige here. That's my arsenal. I have a special assembly line to make guns and ammunition. Lu Cheng pointed to a controlled area surrounded by barbed wire. That was his warehouse, workshop, and weapons research institute. The chimney was spewing industrial exhaust. There was a second quarantine area on the other side. There were many tents inside, and there were about a few hundred wanderers living there. Their exposed skin was grey and cracked, like cracked stones. Pork Bun asked curiously, "What is that place?" Lu Cheng sighed. "It's a quarantine area for the critically ill. Residents with the grouper plague have to live there to prevent infection." Grouper plague? Han Xiao was surprised. This disease was very contagious, and it was mutated in version 2.0. He did not expect to see it here. Just as he was about to speak, there was a sudden change in the quarantine area for the critically ill. A sick resident suddenly ran crazily toward the barbed wire, trying to climb out. The next second, gunshots rang out. The guards at the side reacted quickly and opened fire with their submachine guns, turning the escaping resident into a sieve. He fell to the ground dead, and there was sticky yellow pus in the pool of blood. A few doctors in white isolation suits walked out, put the corpse into a body bag, and sprayed disinfectant on the ground. The guards who shot the escaping patient put away their guns, expressionless, as if they had just killed a chicken. The patients in the quarantine area looked at this scene in silence. Their faces were numb, and the thick atmosphere of despair was like a gloomy black cloud. It's very difficult to treat people who are ill. In order to prevent them from infecting more people, we can only control them strictly, Lu Cheng explained. Han Xiao turned his head to look. The nearby residents were all used to it and did not show any signs of disgust. "How cold-blooded," Pork Bun muttered softly. Lu Cheng said faintly, "Originally, there were only a dozen people who were sick. One of the patients knew that he couldn't be cured and escaped from the quarantine area. So now, the number of patients has increased to more than 300. Pork Bun was rendered speechless. "You have triggered the mission, source of the grouper plague. Mission introduction. The Black Pine settlement is plagued by the grouper plague. What do you think you can do to stop the spread? Mission requirements. 1. Find the source of the grouper plague. 2. Containing the spread of the plague. 3. Heal all plague victims. Reward. Requirement 1. 20,000 EXP, Requirement 2, 40,000 EXP, Requirement 3, 60,000 EXP, Requirement 1, 20,000 EXP, Requirement 2, 40,000 EXP, Requirement 3, 60,000 EXP. After all requirements are met, Black Pine Settlement will be rewarded with 800 favorability, Rogue Guard tactical set." Mad Blade and Pork Bun both triggered the mission. However, Han Xiao was not prepared to do this mission. He was still in a hurry to bring more leaks. No, bring more new players into the mechanic class. There were more than 10 beginner villages to do business, and there was a huge wave of experience waiting to be harvested. Time was tight, and the mission was important. How could he stop moving forward? "By the way, if the players complete the mission, can I get the reward?" Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. He looked at Mad Blade and Angry Sword, who did not notice anything, and a new idea popped up in his mind. "My people have prepared the banquet." Lu Cheng sent out an invitation, and the few of them came to the central building of Black Pine. It was similar to a small castle, and the western part was called the Lord's Hall. The banquet's food was huge, and the Black Pine settlement had planned fields to grow food crops. There was also a special slaughterhouse to breed animals that could be eaten, such as hairy cows, pheasants, and black-haired short-nosed pigs. The Wanderer camp consumed a lot of resources every day. If they only relied on the high price of goods sold on the darknet, they would not be able to bear the cost. Therefore, the residents were self-sufficient, like a small territory. During the banquet, Han Xiao and Lu Cheng chatted casually. Lu Cheng once again brought up the issue of payment. He had always owed Black Phantom a favor, and this made him feel uneasy. Just treat it as me making a friend. If you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me. I can help. Han Xiao left his phone number. He wanted to keep in touch with Lu Cheng so that he could know when the 4 Blueprints mission would be activated. He thought about it and said, "Speaking of which, I need a little help from you. I need to borrow the workshop and some materials to make some things." "No problem, I'll get someone to arrange it." Lu Cheng felt relieved. He only felt relieved when Han Xiao made a request. "The grouper plague has appeared in your territory. If it is not solved quickly, it may lead to a disaster. My friend will stay to help you." Han Xiao slapped Mad Blade's back, causing him to spit out the food in his mouth and cough non-stop. Mad Blade could not believe it. "Are you abandoning me? I'm not interested in your mother." Han Xiao resisted the urge to curse out loud. He wrote a few missions and gave them to Mad Blade and Pork Bun. The general content of these few missions was for the two of them to stay in Black Pine to solve the plague problem and increase the favorability of the Black Pine faction. Han Xiao spent a total of 200,000 EXP per day and divided it equally between the two of them. They were all relatively long-term missions, and he planned to keep the two of them in Black Pine. There was no need to bring the 2 players with him for the next trip to the novice village. It was inconvenient to go online and offline, and it would slow him down. It was better to leave the 2 in Black Pine to do missions. The potential players he chose were not only nurtured by himself, but there was also another benefit. They could follow him and come into contact with high-level forces before other players. They could explore the map before other players. This was also one of the main reasons why players followed him. Letting the potential players do other missions and nurturing them extensively would help them develop their own characteristics. It would also allow him to have time to do other things alone. Moreover, a portion of the potential players' rewards would go into his pocket sooner or later. If Mad Blade completed the plague mission, Han Xiao would also get some EXP. He would also take a portion of the money he earned to buy equipment from him. Not only did he have to earn money from players, but he also had to earn money from NPCs through players. If Han Xiao himself was an aircraft carrier, the players he brought along would be like a fleet of fighter jets. No matter how great the results were, they would still have to return to their nest in the end. Of course, the premise was that he had to always show greater benefits. In this aspect, he was very confident. Besides the players themselves, no one understood the players better than him. "I'm really a business genius." Han Xiao sighed. Shameless. Mad Blade had no choice but to agree. He had no room to refuse. He was actually quite satisfied. Black Pine was a high-level scene, and the mission rewards were not bad. Pork Bun was even more indifferent about fighting dogs. He had already recorded enough material. If he stayed in Black Pine, he would not have to worry about losing Han Xiao. He could focus on making the first video. Lu Cheng felt that Mad Blade and Pork Bun's abilities were very average and would not be of much help. However, for Han Xiao's sake, he still expressed his gratitude. After finalizing the next plan at the dining table, it was already afternoon. Lu Cheng went to rest. He had not slept during the battle the previous night, and he had rushed back in the morning. He was exhausted. Han Xiao slept in the car for a while and was full of energy. He could move freely in Black Pine. Hence, he went to find the pilot of the Darknet helicopter and gave him a few instructions. He then made a call to the Fabian company to arrange for the rental of the transport aircraft. He also negotiated with Antonio for more than 10 minutes. After that, he was led by the Black Pine guards to the workshop of the munitions factory. The guards there had received Lu Cheng's order to open the workshop for Han Xiao to use. Lu Cheng had already asked someone to prepare the materials. Han Xiao started to work on the lathe. He had to repair the magnetically controlled armor and replenish some ammo and basic energy storage cubes. After that, he had to build some new small pieces of machinery. It was just the right time to build the sunworm flamethrower that he had just fused. With his intelligence attribute reaching 200, the construction speed of the machinery was very fast. Furthermore, With the enhancement of machinery affinity and energy attribute, the machinery he built would have better attributes. Sunworm portable flamethrower type, small flamethrower quality, blue, high quality, basic attributes, 27 to 34 fire damage s, 60 seconds of overload, 20 seconds of cooldown before it can be used again, 7 meters of burn range, 92 energy output fuel type, HF concentrated liquid fuel energy, 210-210, 1 energy s cost, 1 energy s, weight, 4 pounds additional effect, integrated. The fuel tank has been processed and embedded in the main body, making it convenient to carry around. Additional effect, concentrated jet, increases fuel efficiency, attack power plus 33%, attack range plus 25%, burn damage chance changed to once every 0.6 seconds, lasts for 12 seconds, 8 energy s cost, 8 energy s. Overload after 10 seconds and enters cooldown. Additional effect, sticky burn, extends the duration of the target's burn and increases the severity of the burn. Remarks, the dancing flames are the warmth of love. Chapter 163. The nozzle, conduit, and fuel tank of the Sunworm were combined into one. It looked like an insulating metal pipe that was about 20 centimeters long. It was as wide as a vambrace and could be tied to one's arms and calves. It looked like a beetle, and its commissary were rows of leather and metal buckles. He wore the Sunworm on the inside of his left forearm. It looked a little bloated, but he could ignore it since he had 6 to 9 points of strength. The Sunworm is most suitable to be used as a mecha module. It can be integrated into my self-made lightweight mecha. Han Xiao was still thinking about lightweight mechas, and he already had an idea. He had booked the Fabian Corporation's transport plane and could build a lightweight mecha while he was in the newbie village. At this time, a white-haired Asian man walked over and stared at Han Xiao's ghost sniper rifle. He said in surprise, "You didn't see wrongly. This is an electromagnetic weapon." He then turned to look at Han Xiao and asked, "Do you want to sell this gun? I'm willing to pay 500,000. No, 1 million. Han Xiao sized him up and had an idea. He pretended not to know and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm Lei Zhenyu, the chief consultant of mechanical technology invited by Lu Cheng." "You seem to be a mechanic too. You should have heard of my name." Han Xiao did not respond. "Don't tell me you haven't heard of my name before. Are you a self-taught mechanic?" "That's rare." Lei Zhenyu was surprised. He shook his head and asked directly, "I want this electromagnetic gun. Name a price." "Do I look like I lack money?" Han Xiao pointed at the expensive parts on the lathe. Lei Zhenyu's eyes lit up. "You're a self-taught mechanic, so I can teach you. In exchange for this gun, you definitely need a master like me to guide you. You can only follow the advice of your seniors and not go down the wrong path. I can see that you actually want to learn from a master. I'm here, and I'm open to you. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life." He did not know that this electromagnetic sniper rifle was made by Han Xiao. In his impression, self-taught mechanics were all very bad, so he wanted to teach Han Xiao in exchange for this sniper rifle. He was a master mechanic, and he would not teach normal people even if they wanted to learn. He wanted to give Han Xiao a precious opportunity. As long as Han Xiao knew what was good for him, he felt that it was more than enough to exchange for the electromagnetic sniper rifle. Han Xiao's eyes twitched. This was the first time he had heard such shameless self-praise. He was almost as good as him. In fact, Han Xiao knew Lei Zhenyu's background. This guy was very famous in the Blue Stars mechanic world. He was a very high-level mechanic, and it was not wrong to call him a master. He was from the same era as Old Man Lu. He was active a few decades ago and had retired long ago. He was like Old Man Lu and did not have the demeanor of a master. Han Xiao knew why Lei Zhenyu appeared in Black Pine. Speaking of which, it was related to Old Man Lu's 4 Blueprints mission. Lei Zhenyu happened to be part of this complicated hidden mission. Back then, Lu Cheng left his daughter, who was only a few years old, to be raised by Old Man Lu. He entered the wilderness and became a warlord. Because of this, old man Lu quarreled with him. He could not understand Lu Cheng's choice. The relationship between father and son was very stiff. Lu Cheng became a powerful warlord in the southern continent step by step and faced all kinds of dangers. On the surface, old man Lu did not want to have any contact with his son. In fact, he was secretly watching Lu Cheng. He asked his old friend Lei Zhenyu to come to Black Pine to help and protect Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng knew nothing about this. He was very surprised that he could invite a master to take care of the munitions factory. When the 4 blueprints were about to start, Lei Zhenyu had to leave Black Pine. Old man Lu helped Lu Cheng in another way. He did not want to see Lu Cheng in an awkward situation, so he left the blueprints and left the western capital. His whereabouts were unknown. Maybe this is my father. Han Xiao sighed. Why was Zhu Ziqing's back view a classic? It was because people who experienced it would resonate with it. Even an old man like old man Lu was worried about it. Suppressing his emotions, Han Xiao calmed down and said, I can exchange with you. I want the advanced knowledge. According to his memory, Lei Zhenyu knew the advanced knowledge, but players could not learn it from him. He wanted to give it a try. Lei Zhenyu said, Young man, don't bite off more than you can chew. You are a self-taught mechanic. Your level is not high enough to understand the advanced knowledge. I will teach you something else. No, I only want the advanced knowledge. Lei Zhenyu said, but you can't understand it. That's good. You don't have to worry about me learning it. I will just look at it for an hour. Just treat it as me being curious. Lei Zhenyu was speechless. The advanced knowledge was very precious. It was a top secret, and it was not easily taught. It was crucial to control the source of the knowledge. Although he was curious about the structure of the electromagnetic gun, it was not valuable enough to exchange for the advanced knowledge. Even if Han Xiao said that he could not understand it, he did not want to take the risk. Lei Zhenyu hesitated for a while and did not give up. I can't teach you the advanced knowledge, but I can use the advanced knowledge to create a machine to exchange with you. Sure enough, it was not easy to obtain the advanced knowledge. Han Xiao was already mentally prepared, so he was not upset. Instead, he thought about Lei Zhenyu's suggestion. If he used the machine that he knew how to create to exchange for a new machine of the same level, it would not be a loss. However, the ghost sniper rifle that he had with him was an improved version. He still needed to use it, so he planned to create a new one to exchange with Lei Zhenyu. Han Xiao nodded and agreed to this suggestion. I will create a new one for you. You made this gun? Lei Zhenyu was shocked. He saw that Han Xiao was a stranger and that he was a self-taught mechanic. He thought that the gun was made by someone else. He did not expect that he was wrong. The 6 nations were all secretly developing electromagnetic weapons, and they had not even passed the experimental stage. Just the fact that Han Xiao could create an electromagnetic weapon that was barely stable meant that he was on the same level as him. Lei Zhenyu thought about how he had called himself a master, and even with his old face, he felt a little embarrassed. He actually dared to put on airs in front of a mechanic on the same level. It was too embarrassing. Luckily, Lei Zhenyu was thick-skinned. He quickly put away the contempt in his heart and corrected his attitude. He saw Han Xiao as an existence on the same level as him. At this time, a guard hurriedly walked over and whispered in his ear that Han Xiao was also a legendary assassin. Lei Zhenyu was shocked. He looked at Han Xiao from head to toe. There were many mechanics who knew how to research, but those who could fight were rare. His respect for Han Xiao went up another level. With strength, he would be valued no matter where he went. Please come with me. I will show you my storage room. Lei Zhenyu coughed and quickly changed the topic to ease the awkwardness. There was a hint of respect in his tone. The two of them came to the forbidden area in the munitions factory. This was the living room of the high-level researchers. Lei Zhenyu's room was a spacious suite. It had all the daily necessities, including a wine cabinet and a bookcase. They were all handmade with maroon high-quality wood. They were expensive. There was even a simple small lathe in the corner of the room. Lei Zhenyu opened the wine cabinet and activated the secret door. The wine cabinet slid open, revealing a secret storage room. He called Han Xiao in. There were glass cabinets against the wall. They were filled with mechanical equipment. Lei Zhanyu went straight to the innermost cabinet. I have 4 pieces of equipment made with advanced knowledge. Let me introduce them to you. Lei Zhanyu pointed at the glass cabinets and started talking. Lei Zhanyu's advanced knowledge was focused on micromodification. These 4 advanced machines were all related to nano. Nurse Type I biological particle. It looked like a thick black gel, but it was actually a decomposed special nanoparticle. It could be injected into the body. When injured, poisoned, or bleeding, it could quickly get rid of negative effects, remove toxins, and speed up blood coagulation. It was a consumable used in medical treatment. U9 colloidal bulletproof film. It looked like transparent glass. When hit, it would temporarily solidify to offset the kinetic energy. It would then solidify and clamp the object. For example, when a bullet was shot, it would be clamped in an instant. It was as if the bullet was originally inside. It looked like transparent amber. It had high defensive properties and was not easy to damage. It was suitable to be made into a bulletproof vest. Thermolocondensate. It looked like a pile of shaving cream foam. It was used to cool down the interior of the machine and reduce the cooldown time of the machine. It would then degrade quickly without blocking the operation of the machine's internal components. For example, the sunworm's cooldown time was 20 seconds. Thermolocondensate could reduce the cooldown time to 3 to 5 seconds. The effect was obvious. It was also a consumable. PE0 nano artificial fiber. It looked like a biological tendon. It was completely black with a smooth surface. It was very tough. It was a nano material. When twisted and stretched, it would produce elasticity that far exceeded its volume. Chapter 164. After pondering for a while, Han Xiao made a decision. I want the PE0 nanosynthetic fiber. You really know your stuff. I thought a warrior like you, who often goes on the battlefield, would choose the bulletproof membrane. Lei Zhanyu was slightly surprised. Pardon me for asking, but what do you want the fiber for? To build something. I need enough PE0. Okay. Lei Zhanyu nodded. He felt that the PE0 nanosynthetic fiber had the highest potential value among the 4 machines. The new material could be used with more machines. He secretly praised Han Xiao for being a high-level mechanic. His eyes were sharp. After confirming the exchange, Han Xiao returned to the workshop and began to build the new Ghost Sniper rifle. With the blueprint as a reference, everything was going smoothly. This exchange is worth a lot. Exchanging an incomplete electromagnetic gun for a new nanomaterial filled an important part of his lightweight mech design. The PE0 nanosynthetic fiber could be used as the tendons and bones of the lightweight mech. Compared to the basic K600 endoskeleton, the PE0 had a huge improvement in all aspects. It was small in size, light in weight, and had a lot of extra strength. It was also the core material of an excellent lightweight mech. Viper, lightweight mech. Although the PE0's introduction was simple, when used as an endoskeleton, it was as flexible as a muscle. As for the other 3 machines, 2 were consumables, so he directly eliminated them. The bulletproof membrane was not bad, but he had the platinum alloy, so it was barely enough for the bulletproof function. After building a new Ghost Sniper rifle, Lei Zhanyu also brought enough PE0 nanofibers and put them in a metal box. The 2 exchanged items. Lei Zhanyu held the Ghost Sniper rifle lovingly. Although the direction of his research was more towards micro-machines, electromagnetic weapons were the blueprint for the next generation of conventional weapons. He also wanted to research it. Back then, Old Man Lu privately asked him to come to Black Pine to help Lu Cheng. Lei Zhanyu owed him a favor and could only come to this settlement to help. He had been bored. Today, he met Han Xiao, who was at the same level as him, and exchanged interesting machines. Lei Zhanyu was in a much better mood. I need one more thing, but I don't have the means to buy it. I hope you can help me buy a bonfire mini-reactor. Han Xiao put away the box and spoke again. The thing he wanted was also a module related to mecha. Lei Zhen Yu was a master mechanic. He knew many people in the same field and had many connections. If Han Xiao wanted to create machines with knowledge other than advanced materials science, he could just buy them from Lei Zhen Yu. That thing is not easy to get. Even if my friend in Ordina only charges me the cost price, it would still cost 2 to 3 million, and it would take some time to make it. Money is not a problem. Han Xiao chuckled confidently. Lei Zhen Yu was a master in the mechanic world and knew many mechanics of the same level. He was very friendly to Han Xiao and promised to help him contact the seller of the bonfire mini-reaction furnace. To him, it was just a matter of a few phone calls. After exchanging numbers, Lei Zhen Yu took the new Ghost sniper rifle and left. Han Xiao continued to work in the workshop until midnight. He finally finished all the work, turned off the lights, and left. He followed the guards to his temporary residence. In the dead of the night, there was no nightlife in Black Pine Settlement. Once night fell, the residents would go home to rest. In the dangerous wilderness, they needed to maintain their energy to deal with any accidents that might happen at any time. Entertainment was very extravagant. Surviving in the wilderness, wild beasts, diseases, hunger, all kinds of disasters made the wanderers develop the vigilance to prepare for a rainy day. Some of the survivors of the war from the old era were forced to join the Six Nations to make a living. Some had always lived in the wilderness and could not forget the hatred of their country. No matter how hard life was, they would not compromise. Some people thought this was stupid, but some people thought it was a belief or even a belief. No matter which country they were from, loving their country was worthy of respect. The more important reason was that many wanderers were used to living in the wilderness. Although their meals were not stable and they did not know when they would be full, there were no restrictions. Freedom was like the intoxicating fragrance of flowers. After tasting it, some people were not willing to give up their freedom even though they knew that joining the Six Nations would give them food and clothing. In the peaceful era, many people were numb to life. But now, in order to survive, they were like their ancestors, eating raw meat and drinking blood. Every day was full and lively. Most wanderers were thin and sallow, but their physical fitness was much better than the city residents. They were strong and hardworking. The wilderness was seen as a wasteland. Many abandoned cities and battlefields were occupied by plants and wild beasts. There was also the radiation zone caused by war. It was a forbidden land for life. The Six Nations did not have the intention to expand the wilderness at the moment. The cost was too high, and the value was not high. In the first few years after the war, the Six Nations focused on stabilizing the domestic environment and did not have the spare resources to expand their territory. So, all kinds of forces grew wild in the wasteland, forming the structure of wanderers, warlords, and large financial groups. Just like the wind that blew after everything was destroyed, the wasteland after the war once again lit up with a weak flame of order. The next morning, Han Xiao brought Mad Blade, Angry Sword, and Pork Bun to him. I'm going to leave for a while. You guys stay in Black Pine. I'll contact you again. Pork Bun did not respond to Angry Sword, but Mad Blade and Angry Sword were reluctant to leave. They had only hugged his thigh for a few days, and now they were going to be abandoned again. You guys can think of a way to deal with the plague in Black Pine. Han Xiao pointed at Mad Blade and said, I'm very optimistic about the potential you've shown. Maybe you have the ability to use better weapons. Han Xiao took out 2 new large-caliber pistols. The Kroger SPX model was suitable for a range of 80 meters. It was green quality and was twice as powerful as the pistols Han Xiao sold to other players. He handed them to Mad Blade and Angry Sword. These are for me. Mad Blade asked in disbelief. Han Xiao nodded with a smile. Mad Blade was pleasantly surprised. He played with the 2 pistols in his hands. He did not expect to receive such benefits. Han Xiao actually gave him equipment. Pork Bun's mouth was wide open. Was this also the benefit of the hidden quest? As long as you perform well, Black Phantom will give you benefits from time to time. Han Xiao had specially made these two pistols so that Mad Blade and Angry Sword could do more missions. If a worker wanted to do a good job, he had to sharpen his tools first. Also, when he was giving out benefits, he could record Pork Bun beating Angry Sword. Once it was made into a video, more players would see this scene. They would know that the benefits here were good, and they would yearn for his hidden quest even more. All he had to give was handguns that could be easily made and a little bit of generosity. It was a win-win situation. I think you have a lot of potential in fighting. You should learn some close combat skills, Han Xiao said. Mad Blade was talented in fighting and was suitable for becoming a mechanical pugilist. He naturally hoped that Mad Blade could be as strong as he was in his previous life. A mechanical pugilist could also use Mad Blade's talent in the pugilist class, probably. Frenzied Sword nodded in agreement. What Han Xiao said was exactly what he was thinking. After giving out all the orders, Han Xiao boarded the Darknet helicopter and left Black Pine. Black Phantom has left, the assistant reported to Lu Cheng. Lu Cheng nodded. He had a good impression of Han Xiao. He said, "Take good care of his two friends. Also, pay attention to the strange refugees in Green Valley Town. Find out where they came from." He took the helicopter to Fabian's stronghold and switched to a transport plane to head to the next novice village in the southern continent. This time, he was chartering a long-term flight. He even had to cross the ocean to the novice villages in the western and northern continents. Fabian's influence in the other two continents was not as big, so the price of chartering a flight was very expensive. Even if Antonio gave him a discount, the price would still make normal players stunned. He still had plenty of money in his Darknet account. He had all kinds of ways to make money, so he was not worried about running out of money. On the plane, Han Xiao started to officially create his own mechanical suit. One of the benefits of creating a mechanical suit was that the various modules could be created separately, then finally tested and linked together. This way, risks could be avoided, and the success rate of self-creation would be much higher. Although he did not have the blueprint, he had his own ideas. The various functions of the self-created mech could be imitated according to the other mechs in his memory. Viper Light Mech was a standard advanced rare equipment. If one wanted to obtain this blueprint through normal means, they would need to fuse 4 advanced knowledge combinations. The requirements were very strict. The prerequisite was to understand the blueprints of the various components, so players could only try their luck. Chapter 165. Hopefully, the replica will be 40% effective. That should be enough. Han Xiao did not have enough advanced knowledge, so he could only make a prototype with fewer functions like the Ghost Sniper rifle. However, there was an advantage to creating a mech. Even if he created a prototype, it would not have the same limitations as the Ghost Sniper rifle. Creating a self-made mech was a huge project that could not be completed in a short time. Han Xiao planned to complete the various modules when he ran to the newbie village. He also wanted to integrate some new blueprints to improve the functions of the mech. The core energy was the bonfire mini-reactor. He had to wait for Lei Zhonyu to order it. This was also an advanced mech, so he could not make it. Luckily, he knew other mechanics and could borrow their skills. Speaking of which, Old Man Lu's 4 blueprints were also rare items. The opportunity for the mission was to leave Black Pine, and it had not started yet. The 4 blueprints could form a set of offensive and defensive systems that could be used together with the mech. The second battle plan was the mech, and Old Man Lu's 4 blueprints could directly form the third battle plan. Han Xiao was looking forward to it. The 3 battle plans complemented each other, and the mecha's attributes were very strong. Even if he faced Bennett, he would not have to be afraid. As long as I finish running to the newbie village and get a huge amount of experience, I can start to do something big. Han Xiao calculated the time and suddenly raised his eyebrows. If I remember correctly, the inhuman incident is about to start. There were 5 newbie villages in the southern continent. Excluding Bighorn Village and Green Valley Village, Han Xiao spent 11 days running to the remaining 3 villages. Most of the time was spent on the road. Every time he reached a newbie village, Players would swarm there without him doing anything. Some would change classes, and some would cause trouble. This was all due to the popularity of the Galaxy Times and forum posts. Han Xiao had left a deep impression on the players, and they all knew what to do with him. Han Xiao counted, and the number of players who chose to change their class to mechanic was between 25 to 30%. This ratio was much higher than in his previous life. Although Blue Star only had 3 main classes, the ratio was not evenly distributed. In his previous life, the ratio was 30% for Esper classes, 50 to 60% for Pugilist classes, and 10% for mechanic classes. After Han Xiao's marketing, this ratio had tripled. Other than basic knowledge, he also taught basic shooting and basic combat. The target audience for basic skills was much wider. Most players would come to learn these 2 basic skills. This was the main focus. Many a little makes a mickle, many grains of sand make a tower, small profits but quick turnover. Not to mention the benefits of helping players change their class, 3 novice villages gave him a total of 9,023 million experience. The efficiency was astonishing. The EXP efficiency of these 11 days was comparable to more than a dozen high-difficulty bounty missions. In his previous life, players of the same level would have to spend at least a few months to accumulate that much experience. The powerful effect of the interface and the NPC template allowed him to grow at a terrifying rate. At the very least, he now had an endless source of experience point. The player market indeed had the most potential. Furthermore, he could temporarily dominate the market and create a shocking amount of profit. With a huge amount of experience points in hand, Han Xiao did not say anything and immediately raised his trainee mechanic class to LV15. His total level was now LV55, and he needed to change his class to level up. He was still 5 levels away from the level cap of version 1.0, but he was not restricted by the level cap of this version. Han Xiao was very likely to be the first person in Blue Star to reach LV60. However, the requirements for the class change were extremely troublesome. Trainee mechanic, level up to LV15. Plus 120 energy, plus 1 DEX, plus 1 END, plus 4 INT. You have received 3 free attribute points. You have received 1 potential point. Class change mission. Create 5 rare grade machines with an energy rank of not lower than 60. F***CK, what kind of luck is this? Am I that unlucky? I got one of the most troublesome class change requirements. Han Xiao was stunned. Rare grade was purple, 1 level higher than blue. The machines he created now had a 15% to 20% chance of being blue, but the chances of being purple were only 1% to 2%. The quality of a machine was the horizontal difference between similar equipment. For example, a normal retractable knife would have a huge difference in attributes between white and blue equipment. Blue equipment had more additional effects, but a blue retractable knife could not be compared to a white ranger robot at all. The quality of a machine was the difference between similar equipment. For example, cold weapons, firearms, grenades, robots. The attributes of a machine were based on the template of the same type of machine. To make it easier to understand, I'll use familiar things as an example. For example, a high-quality shaver can be very smooth and comfortable when shaving, but it can't be used for cooking. That's the reason. Different types of equipment have their own functions, and each profession has its own specialization. The higher the quality of a machine, the harder it was to increase its quality. Intelligence affected the quality of the finished product, and it was the core attribute of a mechanic. It was easier for high-level mechanics to create high-quality low-level machines. However, the class change requirement of energy rank of not lower than 60 prevented him from using low-level machines to increase the quality of the machines. He had to create purple machines that matched his level. This kind of class change requirement was known as one of the most difficult requirements because normally, when one had just reached the upper limit of one's level, they would not be able to steadily create machines of sufficient quality. It was either to try luck or to increase one's skills or obtain talents. No matter which one it was very time-consuming. Han Xiao's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, in various ways. The class change was difficult, so he used EXP to increase his skills and fuse blueprints, especially blueprints. This was a bottomless pit of EXP. Han Xiao spent almost 5 million EXP to level up 5 times in a row. Of the remaining EXP, he left 2 million for knowledge fusion and threw the rest into his skills. This time, he maxed out intermediate machinery affinity and basic refinement. Intermediate machinery affinity was the core skill, and its cost was very high, but its effect was very obvious. Machinery affinity affected the quality of the machine, which was beneficial for completing the class change mission. Experience is fleeting. It comes and goes quickly. Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief. He felt very satisfied that he had spent a huge amount of EXP in one go. After clearing the novice village in southern continent, Han Xiao decided to go to western continent. The countries in western continent were Maple and Ordina. He had been in southern continent for a long time, and now, he was finally going to another continent. This time, I can do the hidden mission. The tragedy of Robert Potter happened in western continent, Han Xiao thought to himself. As they were going to fly across the ocean, the transport plane was parked at the airport of Hessler Port City to prepare for the long-distance flight. They had prepared enough jet fuel. This was Antonio's territory, so Han Xiao spent a lot of money and emptied Antonio's warehouse. There were a lot of materials on the plane. "You're going to western continent." Antonio held a thick black cigar in his mouth and patted Han Xiao's shoulder with his bear-like hand. "An assassin like you will definitely be on the threat list of every country. The agents of Maple and Ordina might want to have afternoon tea with you. That is not your home ground, and our influence in western continent is limited. Let me give you a piece of advice, try not to show yourself. So, be careful." Han Xiao pretended to be surprised and said, "Wow, so you can finish your sentence in one sentence." Antonio was speechless. "Don't worry, I won't be reckless." Han Xiao patted Antonio's thick arm and walked onto the plane. The plane was filled with fuel, took off, and disappeared into the sky. Han Xiao went to all the novice villages in the southern continent and caused quite a commotion on the forums. The novice players from the other 3 continents were envious of the southern continent players. They wanted to meet Black Phantom too, but they could not travel across continents. They could only watch helplessly as the southern continent players showed off on the forums, which made them feel very uncomfortable. It was like seeing someone post pictures of delicious food in the middle of the night. No matter how jealous they were, the helpless players could only post on the forums to vent their emotions. "Ah, I want Black Phantom so much. I have a disease that will kill me if I don't meet Black Phantom. Why didn't someone like Black Phantom appear in the continent I came to?" The southern continent players laughed secretly, glad that they were born in a good place. Looking at the players from the other continents crying and acting cute, they felt a sense of superiority. Ah, luck is also a part of strength. I'm not targeting anyone, but I'm saying that everyone here is trash. Chapter 166. In a stronghold of the Darknet organization. Black Phantom went to the western continent. Where did he go? Bennett was surprised. "I don't know. He didn't say." Wang Yuan shook his head. Bennett had no choice but to give Han Xiao a call, but it did not go through. Han Xiao was on a cross-ocean flight, so the signal was not good. Bennett was helpless. He had already received the material aid from Stardragon, and Hessler had also relented after some negotiations. The sanctuary plan was going to be tested in the southern continent, and he was preparing to gather the strongest in the organization to protect the first step of the plan. Black Phantom was one of the first 3 invitees on the list, but before he could inform him, Han Xiao had already slipped away to the western continent. The location of the first sanctuary had already been chosen. It was in the ruins of a big city in the wilderness. Bennett suddenly had an idea. Maple rejected the material aid. Those bureaucrats are only amenable to force. Since Black Phantom has gone to the western continent, I'll let him make a statement for me. There was no light source in the confinement room. The thick metal door isolated the outside world, and only a sliver of light could be seen in the darkness. Elux curled up in a corner and looked at the interface. He wanted to cry, but no tears came out. His Esper ability was rated as Grade A, but after more than 20 days of the open beta, when the average player had reached LV8, his Esper ability was still at LV1. The Germinal organization said that they would lock him up for a month, and they really meant it. If not for the fact that Elux did not want to give up his Esper ability with high potential, he would have changed his account. The club was very concerned when they found out about his account situation. They asked Elux to be patient and promised to invest resources in him after he was released. That was why he was able to persevere and continue to be online every day, hoping for a change. At this time, the metal door slowly opened, and white light shone in. Elux looked up and saw a Caucasian man in a white coat standing outside the door. He stared at Elux as if he was looking at a rare treasure. "I want to do a little test for you." The man in the white coat smiled nervously. Cyberlos was very happy. He was one of the upper echelons of the Germinal organization, and he was also a biological scientist. He had been conducting all kinds of experiments for the Germinal organization for many years. Before joining the Germinal organization, Cyberlos was a senior researcher who defected to Raylan. Raylan was full of crazy people, and his mind was filled with all kinds of crazy ideas. As a human, he had never been able to restrain his passion for dissecting the bodies of his own kind. He did not care about the difference between factions, and as long as someone funded his research, he would join that person. In the end, he was absorbed by the Germinal organization. Therefore, the Germinal organization provided resources and supported Cyberlos to put all kinds of crazy ideas into experiments. He was the person in charge of the Valkyries, super soldiers, genetic modification, and other unethical projects. There were also other darker experiments. Just the mention of the names was enough to make normal people feel disgusted and perverted people feel excited, such as cross-species breeding, human-beast fusion. After many years of research, Cyberlos had conducted no less than 100 experiments and seen thousands of human subjects with special talents. Among them, only 2 subjects attracted Cyberlos' interest, and they were both Espers. One of them had an incredible healing effect, and it could even make a dried corpse look alive again. However, without a soul, it could not be revived. This was also the first time Cyberlos knew about the existence of souls. He had been researching enthusiastically for a long time, but unfortunately, Blue Star's technology tree was not compatible, so he did not use any experimental methods to collect any souls. The other person had some kind of ability to influence fate. By commenting on something, it could affect the cause and effect of that thing. This was the weirdest ability Cyberlos had ever seen, and it was even more difficult to explain than souls. The ability could only be activated when the person was conscious. He had tried to hypnotize them, but it was ineffective. This person was locked up 24 hours a day and wore a mask that prevented him from speaking. Due to negligence, many terrible accidents had happened. The most recent accident happened more than a year ago. This person said that disaster would befall the Germinal organization, and it came true. Now, the organization was indeed badly damaged. Electrolux was the third subject that attracted his interest. Cyberlos flipped through the observation diary. Day 1, the subject was sent to the confinement room, monitored 24 hours a day with night vision cameras, fed 3 times a day, 7 in the morning, 11 in the afternoon, and 7 in the evening. There was no time to relax. The subject showed obvious anxiety and did not show the sluggishness after brainwashing. Initial estimation is that the subject has a certain level of immunity. A compliance test is recommended. Day 2, at 8 in the morning, a compliance test was carried out. The test results showed that the subject showed very high compliance and passed all tests. There were no abnormalities in the lie detector. The subject has accepted the new identity after brainwashing. At 11 in the evening, there was a change. The subject disappeared into thin air. There were no traces of damage in the confinement room. A comprehensive search of the base was carried out, but the subject was not found. Day 4, the subject appeared again without any warning. The location was the confinement room, the same as where he disappeared. Video data, Appendix-001. We controlled the subject immediately and interrogated him about the reason for his disappearance and what happened after he disappeared. The subject said that he did not know. The interrogation was recorded in Appendix-002. Increase the intensity of monitoring of the target. Day 6, hypnosis was used. The subject was talking nonsense. Appendix-003. At night, the subject disappeared again. Day 8, the subject appeared again. Interrogation and hypnosis again. Appendix-004, 4 details. At 8 in the evening, surgery was carried out to observe the physiology. There were no abnormalities in the body structure. Appendix-005. The diary was observed for 22 days. Electrolux's phenomenon also appeared in some of the wanderer settlements in Andrea, which attracted the attention of the Germinal organization. They did not announce it but observed it secretly. Not dying, could revive, appeared out of thin air, unknown origin. It was not a big deal if it was only one person, but there were more than 10,000 people who had the same phenomenon, and the number was still rising. The leader took it very seriously and made Cyberlos the person in charge to carry out all kinds of experiments on Electrolux. Electrolux was sandwiched in the middle by the guards and brought to an operating room. He lay on the operating table and received the mission to cooperate with the surgery. He was brainwashed in the Germinal organization, so all the orders were compulsory missions with a certain amount of experience reward. The punishment for disobeying was very heavy. Electrolux could only listen to the orders and feel depressed. Cyberlos put on the surgical gown and started to operate on Electrolux's body. Electrolux received a notification that he was under anesthesia and could not move. He could only watch the knife cut on his body and realized that he was being dissected. As soon as the chest was opened, the system notification appeared. You died during the surgery. Electrolux was stunned. 10 seconds later, he was revived in the room. What the hell? I was dissected for research? Electrolux was stunned. He had one less chance to revive in 6 days, but his experience was not deducted. Maybe it was because the cause of death was special. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. In the virtual online games he played before, NPCs ignored the uniqueness of the players. Many people complained about this, and some even imagined that the players would be dissected for research. He did not expect it to really happen in Galaxy. Cyberlos observed the whole process. Electrolux's body disappeared, and he appeared alive. Everything happened out of thin air. The bloodstains on the operating table were still there. You. No, what kind of creature are you? Cyberlos's eyes were shining. Chapter 167. The world you're in is just a game, and I'm a player, Elux said. However, he was shocked to find that the content of his words had turned into an incoherent sentence. He did not give up and kept trying. He found that as long as he wanted to reveal any information about the real world, the system would change his words. Cyberlos shook his head helplessly. It's the same as the hypnosis record. Nonsense. Elux was stunned. Suddenly, he realized that the NPCs would notice the uniqueness of the players. It must have been deliberately simulated by the developers. So realistic. Elux was shocked. To be able to give him the illusion that the NPCs were real people, the immersion of Galaxy was off the charts. He understood the meaning of the name of Galaxy version 1.0. The developers wanted the players to become descenders and experience the feeling of joining another real world. So, they restricted the players from revealing information about reality to prevent ruining the immersion. He remembered a very old online game where the players from 2 factions could not chat with each other in the game due to language restrictions. It seemed to be called the World of Divine Beasts. That must be it. Elux was certain. Even if he felt that the NPC's curiosity toward the players was simulated, his eyes still lit up. Aside from his identity as a professional player, Elux himself was very interested in Galaxy. He could not wait to know what would happen next. How would the NPCs react when there were more and more players? The guards brought Elux back. Cyberlos stayed in the laboratory to collect blood from the operating table. After testing, he was no different from a normal person. His eyes flashed as he pondered. Elux's phenomenon, let's call it the inhuman phenomenon. What is the origin of the inhuman phenomenon? Why is it spreading? Most of the inhumans appeared out of thin air, and there are no records in the database. Could it be that a new race was born? Or is it the effect of some kind of esper ability? Or is this the projection of a certain advanced civilization? Cyberlos turned on the computer and opened a top-secret file. After verifying his fingerprint, iris, and the password that he changed every day, he opened a document. This was a copy of the Treaty of Contact between Universal Civilizations, 7th revision. Blue Star had come into contact with the Godora civilization and obtained a lot of knowledge about the universe. The Germinal organization also had a copy of this treaty. It was clearly written that the projection of a higher plane entity was an evil means to interfere with the progress of a low-level civilization. The ability to not die was very similar to the description of the projection technology in the treaty. If it was true, then this would be the invasion of an advanced civilization. No, an advanced civilization with physical projection would not need to go through so much trouble to invade. The logical explanation was that Blue Star had become a testing ground for a certain civilization, and if a civilization fell behind, they could only be bullied by others. Cyberlos, on the other hand, was not angry at all. He was excited. The unexpected phenomenon gave him passion. If the number of inhumans continued to increase, the Blue Star's situation would change drastically due to the fact that they could not die. Inhumans can be brainwashed, and they are highly obedient. However, when asked about the origin of the inhumans, they will talk nonsense. I guess it is an instinctive reaction or an unknown language. More experiments are needed to prove it. The transmission of the inhuman phenomenon was unknown. It was impossible to determine whether it was a physical transmission or a psychic transmission. The physical and mental state of the inhumans was the same as that of normal humans. The test results were normal. It was impossible to determine the form of the inhuman phenomenon. It could be a supernatural ability, a disease, or a genetic mutation. What was interesting was that the inhumans had not been observed sleeping. Speculating from the time, disappearing might be the sleeping method of the inhumans. Some inhumans had other supernatural abilities, but they were relatively weak. They seemed to have extraordinary potential, but the reason was unknown. There were more special points that needed to be added. Was the inhuman phenomenon long-term or short-term? Would the number of inhumans stop increasing? Was there a possibility of the wild beasts being infected with the inhuman phenomenon? In the long run, the inhuman phenomenon has a lot of hidden dangers. We have to find a countermeasure or containment method as soon as possible. After writing the conclusion, Cyberlos submitted the report to the leader. The leader's worldview was slightly impacted. Luckily, he had a firm mind. Because of the existence of all kinds of supernatural abilities, even a normal person had a high acceptance rate. He was used to seeing all kinds of supernatural phenomena that could not be explained. The Six Nations will notice the inhumans sooner or later. In front of this phenomenon, the importance of being our enemy will be secondary. The Six Nations will definitely contact the galactic civilizations and ask about the cause of the inhuman phenomenon. They won't have time to start a war, so I have time to breathe. The leader was also very interested in the cause of the inhuman phenomenon, but he could not contact the galactic civilizations. However, he found the most important problem, which was that the inhumans could be brainwashed and were highly obedient. When the conditions were right, he naturally had an idea. This is a natural cannon fodder. Andrea was the territory of the Germinal organization, and they had absolute control. The leader ordered to capture the inhumans and bring them back for research and brainwashing. Inhumans had also appeared in the other 3 continents, but unfortunately, their bases had all been removed, and there was no one to capture them. Only then did the leader realize how much of an opportunity the organization had lost. Everything was because of Zero. He gritted his teeth in hatred and even wanted to use the killing weapon, Destiny's Child, to lock onto Zero's position. However, he had not made up his mind to take the risk. He did not know how the galactic civilizations viewed the inhuman phenomenon. Was it rare or common in the universe? There were 4 novice villages in the Western continent. The open beta had been open for more than 20 days, and the average level of the players was almost LV10. Han Xiao planned to add energy training technique to the skill list this time. The price was 10,000 experience points and 3,000 aquamarine dollars. Without the prerequisite of 10 points of affection, some of the players should be able to afford it. The plane landed in a small stronghold of Fabian in the Western continent. The weather in the Western continent was cold, and the first breath that Han Xiao took after he got off the plane made him feel uncomfortable. In the past 10 days, he had created the frame of the Viper mechanical suit, which was an endoskeleton formed by PE0 nanomuscle fibers. It looked like a thick black bodysuit, and the wrinkles were all muscle lines. Han Xiao tried it on once, and it was very light. He already had the basic enhancement of his physical fitness. For example, when he punched, the fibers in the mechanical suit would produce elastic force as they were stretched and twisted. This elastic force would be condensed in the direction of the punch through the conductive module, increasing the strength of the punch. It was like gaining a new layer of muscles and tendons, and it was more flexible than an endoskeleton. The user could do whatever he wanted. It was still in the testing stage, and other materials needed to be added to prevent the loss of strength. Han Xiao spent a lot of EXP and used advanced materials science to fuse with other basic knowledge to obtain some useful materials. He had the frame of the mechanical suit, and the most important part was the energy system. The bonfire mini-reactor was an advanced equipment, and he had asked Lei Zhenyu to buy it. The seller happened to be in the Western continent, and Han Xiao had chosen to come to the Western continent to get the goods. Mechanical suits were a way to increase one's combat power quickly. As long as he could replicate the Viper mechanical suit, his combat power would increase tremendously. Let's go to the novice village to get the EXP first. Han Xiao marked the location on the map and passed it to the pilot. At this time, his phone rang, indicating that he had received a message. He opened it and saw that it was a bounty from the Blood Pact Society. Black Phantom, this is a bounty from the upper echelons of the Darknet. Your mission is to sneak into the mansions of a few Maple officials and leave behind a few documents. Someone will meet you in the Western continent and pass the documents to you. The following is the location of the meeting and the specific information of the Maple officials. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and called Bennett directly. Hey, what are you doing? It was good to know the upper echelons. One phone call and he could ask directly. Compared to the other assassins, he was considered to have connections. Maple rejected the material aid because these officials are obstructing us, Bennett said. They are in charge of the financial budget. You know the situation in Maple. It's like touching the little treasury of these officials, and they are against it with all their might. What material aid? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. He had a hunch. I haven't mentioned it to you yet. The organization is preparing for a large-scale project, codenamed Sanctuary. Originally, there was a 1-year preparation period, but the war is about to break out, so we can only plan ahead and ask for material aid from various countries. Only Maple rejected it. Chapter 168. When you return to the southern continent, I'll tell you the details of the plan. I do need your strength. Bennett paused. Star Dragon was the first to agree to the material aid, and you participated in the Battle of Tedramira River. I owe you one. Just give me something in return. Bennett laughed. That's your style. We'll talk about it when you return to the southern continent. You have triggered the sea-level mission, Deterrence. Mission Introduction. Some of the officials in Maple are very corrupt. It's time to let them know that holding on to the money can only get them bullets. We're not robbers, but we don't mind playing the role once in a while. Mission requirements: enter the mansions of the 5 target officials and leave behind the evidence collected by the Darknet. Reward: 120,000 EXP, 500 favorability with the darknet. No special reward. Looks like a normal mission. I'll just do it casually. Han Xiao nodded. He was the best at infiltrating. The transport plane was refueled and took off with Han Xiao. A few hours later, they arrived at a plain dozens of miles away from a novice village. It was not easy to find an airport in the wilderness. The wings of the transport plane were equipped with steerable jets to provide vertical takeoff and landing power. They could land in the wilderness and did not have to worry about not having a runway when they took off. The pilot was also experienced. If Han Xiao did not have the huge discount from his old customers, the price of the chartered plane would have been a few times more expensive. Legendary points and faction relationships saved him a lot of money. Relationships were very important. After getting off the plane, Han Xiao arrived at the novice village. The players there were busy completing missions. When they saw Black Phantom, they were all stunned and surprised. They swarmed forward and surrounded Han Xiao. Poseidon, a core member of the Guild of Gods, was humming a tune and browsing the forum posts. He was in a good mood. President Jupiter finally stopped worrying about the A-level mission, and the development of the guild was on the right track. The second episode of Galaxy Times invited a beautiful esports player, Rainstorm Club's top player, Rainy Jiang, to share her experience and briefly introduce Stardragon. She participated in the Battle of Tedramira River and gave him some insider information, including the information of the Germinal organization's withdrawal. That was how Jupiter found out that the Germinal organization's base in southern continent had been dismantled. Thus, he completely gave up on the A-level mission. Coincidentally, the Dark Crow Valley faction had been removed, and he could join other factions. Therefore, he focused on organizing the guild and developing in southern continent. The second issue of Galaxy Times invited professional players from different novice planets for interviews. These professional players all opened maps and joined different factions, allowing the players to learn more about the various planets. The conflict between the Six Nations and the Germinal organization was gradually revealed. The Blue Star players all understood that this was the main storyline of the planet. Poseidon did not agree with the A-level mission of the Germinal organization from the beginning. He felt that it would distract the core group. Fortunately, Jupiter changed his mind and gave up on the A-level mission. Instead, the club's professional team was interested in this mission. Professional players were capable of challenging difficult missions, so the guild reported the process of triggering the mission to the team. After some discussion, the club decided to choose a quasi-first-rate player to descend to Andrea and look for the Germinal organization to trigger the A-level mission. The guild would provide resources and intelligence support to help the player complete the mission. If the player really succeeded, the club would have another account with potential. Even if the player did not succeed, it would not be a loss. The player was the face of the club, and famous players had a higher status than the guild. The quasi-first-rate player was also quite famous. When he came to the guild office to chat, Poseidon asked for a few autographs and was very happy. Furthermore, the club was very satisfied with them for triggering the A-level mission in the novice stage and gave them some bonuses. The bad luck of the guild was over, and Poseidon was in a good mood. Speaking of the development of the guild, Black Phantom had to be mentioned. Most of the members of the Guild of Gods were born in southern continent. With the support of the guild, they all benefited from Black Phantom. Black Phantom only appeared in southern continent, which gave the players of southern continent a huge advantage, and the guild also benefited a lot. Many of their opponents were born in other continents, and the Guild of Gods was ahead of them, so the situation was very good. The core members of the Guild of Gods were secretly delighted when they heard the envious and jealous remarks of their old rivals. They felt a sense of superiority. Suddenly, a large number of new posts appeared in the Blue Star section of the forum, and the content could be summarized into one sentence. Black Phantom has come to Western Continent. Poseidon's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly opened the posts one by one. After reading them, he was sweating profusely. The little bit of joy in his heart disappeared, and he could not believe it. Is Black Phantom going to go to all the novice villages? If that was the case, all the players would be equal, and the advantage of the guild would be gone. Poseidon hurriedly informed the president and the other core members in the channel, and they were all shocked. Jupiter was very calm. He pondered and said, "You can't say that. We learned the skills in advance and can complete missions with more rewards, so we still have a small advantage. The behavior of NPCs is uncontrollable, so don't force it." Since the president said so, everyone was relieved. Poseidon looked at the forum again and suddenly exclaimed, "F***ck, look at this post." "What?" Jupiter opened the post in confusion. The content was a screenshot of the skills taught by Han Xiao, and the focus was on the energy training technique. Seeing the effect of the skill, everyone's jaw dropped. Godly skill. Energy was a key attribute, and it directly affected one's combat power. Now that the new players lacked energy, they could not support the consumption of their Esper abilities, and Espers needed this skill the most. Jupiter was an Esper. He was envious, but he suddenly realized a serious problem. Wait, Black Phantom did not teach this skill in the southern continent. Everyone was dumbfounded. Could it be that the more Black Phantom went to the novice villages, the better the rewards were? So, the southern continent players were at a disadvantage? What the F***ck, this is not superior, it's unlucky. The core members of the Guild of Gods were frustrated. Why is this feeling of being unlucky so familiar? It's back, everything is back. On the forum, the Western continent players were jumping up and down like stray dogs that had taken aphrodisiac, showing off. They had been suppressed by the southern continent players for so long, and now it was the southern continent players' turn to feel bad. The opportunity that they thought was unique to them turned out to be available to everyone. Especially when they saw the new skill, energy training technique, taught by Black Phantom, the Western continent players were overjoyed, and the southern continent players were tired and upset. Every dog has its day, and the southern continent players were the ones who were envious and jealous. So angry, why didn't Black Phantom have this skill before? I want to learn it so much. Isn't he a mechanic instructor? How can he have such an awesome skill? Even I, an Esper, am tempted. Other than the boasting and complaining posts, Black Phantom's appearance in the Western continent also caused the players to speculate. It looked like he was going to visit all the novice villages. Could it be that Black Phantom was actually an official novice guide? But the other novice planets did not. However, people's imaginations were endless. Once they decided on a result, they would find all kinds of reasons to prove it. There were endless guesses. Occasionally, players from other novice planets would come to the Blue Star Forum and complain about the unfairness. The Blue Star had a novice guide to destroy the balance of the game, but it would soon be drowned by the sea of people. The biggest supporters of this theory were the players from the Northern Continent and Andrea. Looking at Black Phantom's actions, it might be their turn next. They could not wait to show their faces in front of Black Phantom. Do you see our little expectant eyes? Hurry up and come. The players from the Western Continent were like celebrating a festival. Some players who had left the novice village to explore the map heard the news of Black Phantom's arrival and rushed back to their original novice village to wait for Black Phantom's arrival. Energy training technique had become a hot topic. Not only were there players who wanted to change their professions, even mutants were eager to learn this skill. Although the price was high, for this godly skill, they were willing to sacrifice everything to learn it. Chapter 169. Han Xiao had foreseen such a situation. Everyone would be able to learn energy training technique the first time they advanced, but the players did not know about it. For players who were currently LV8 or 9, this was a godly skill. The increase in energy was more than what they gained from leveling up. Some players had not even changed their main class, so they needed skills that increased energy. Blue Star was the base camp of the Chinese players. Han Xiao seemed to be cheating the players by teaching them a skill that they were bound to learn, but in reality, that was not the case. One had to know that if they had a small advantage in the early stages, it would snowball and grow stronger. Looking at it from another perspective, Han Xiao allowed players around LV10 to learn a skill that could only be learned by LV20 players. Thinking about it this way, his actions were a win-win situation. Not only would he earn a huge amount of EXP, but he would also allow the Chinese players to be ahead of the players from other planets. Perfect. Han Xiao was very satisfied with his plan. Why would he cheat the players? It was all the prejudice and misunderstanding that the world had about him. He loved his country so much. Back then, his father had almost named him Xiao Aigua or Xiao Zhenbang, but he had changed his name under the pressure of the tigress. Energy training technique required 10,000 EXP to learn, and the profit it contained made Han Xiao's heart beat violently just thinking about it. He could only teach the players the energy training technique before they advanced for the first time. This was a one-time deal, and he would take as much as he could. According to the enthusiasm of the players, Han Xiao felt that the EXP he would receive in version 1.0 would be an astronomical figure. While he was running to the Western Continent's novice village, Pork Bun finally released the first video on the forum. Galaxy Adventure Diary, Black Phantom, 1, Pork Bun's dog was quite famous. Once the video was released, there were hardcore fans and curious passers-by who clicked on it. Finally released a new episode. It's an international practice. Hurry up before you watch it. Missing people come back to life. The title is Black Phantom. Is Pork Bun riding on Black Phantom's coattails? The program was posted in the video section of the forum. The forum was not only for chatting, but it also had other functions. In order to let the players pass the time while they were playing the game, the video section had a lot of traffic. With the addition of the old fans, the number of viewers kept increasing. The opening was an edited promotional video with some screenshots of the scenery. When the movie started, the first thing that appeared was a third-person view of Pork Bun Dog. This was a viewing function that came with the game, so one could check the appearance of the movie. The background was the Black Pine settlement. Pork Bun Dog waved at the camera and opened his mouth to recite a poem. The boundless heaven and earth give birth to the universe, and yin and yang give birth to all living beings. Every moment of the night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Welcome to the diary of a space adventure. I am Pork Bun. The bullet screen was filled with ridicule. Is this a prelude? It must be an introductory poem. At that time, I recited a line from a poem, Coward, the sun rises in the east, only I am undefeated. Long live the Clam God sect. In the program, Pork Bun continued, it has been a long time since I released a new work. As the first episode of the Galaxy series, I will use a character as a cutting point of view to bring everyone to experience my adventure. This character has left a lot of impressions on the players. Mechanic class teacher, novice guide, mysterious NPC, hidden story. I think the audience in front of the screen will be curious about the identity of this character. That's right, he is the person written in the title, Black Phantom. The bullet screen, wow, awkward chat time, IF * King admire you. The camera changed to Pork Bun's first-person view, and the official content started. The content of the video was all recorded by Pork Bun while he was beating dog. After editing, it was made into different segments. The special effects and narration were added later. Pork Bun followed the humorous style and started from the scene where he met Han Xiao for the first time. Han Xiao fought against the wolves in Green Valley Town and stopped the confrontation between the two warlords. Pork Bun showed the first-person view of the game while he beat dog. The narration started to analyze Han Xiao's influence. Forcing two warlords to retreat with a single sentence, Black Phantom has shown his influence. Before analyzing, I think we should introduce the identity of the warlords first. The scene changed to Black Pine settlement. Bun Hit Dog introduced Lu Cheng as the leader of this large settlement with a large number of troops and chariots. Then, the topic changed. Lu Cheng has such a large force, but he is still afraid of Black Phantom. Then, where does Black Phantom's influence come from? Listen to me, Brother Bao. He used Lu Cheng as a foundation to further arouse the audience's curiosity about Black Phantom. The effect was obvious. Mad Blade and Angry Sword appeared in the show as guests. The analysis of Han Xiao's identity started from the conversation between the two of them, slowly revealing the tip of the iceberg of Black Phantom's mysterious origin. First, the two of them revealed Black Phantom's name. It seemed to be Han Xiao, and he used to serve in Stardragon's intelligence agency. This was information that no one knew, and it caught the audience's attention instantly. The bullet screen became much smaller, and the audience was watching the content seriously. Mad Blade was riding on Han Xiao's coattails during the closed beta, but he had no idea about Han Xiao's real identity. He only knew that Black Phantom originally belonged to the Six Nations. For some unknown reason, Black Phantom left Stardragon and joined the Darknet and Blood Pact Society. This information came from a strong enemy, Liu Cheng, who was also extremely deadly. Although the details of these two organizations were not known, they definitely had a strong background. They were high-level organizations that players could not come into contact with at the moment, and they were also one of the sources of Black Phantom's influence. Pork Bun and Mad Blade also thought that the key reason why people were afraid of Black Phantom was because of his strength. At the player's level, they could not see the exact attributes of high-level characters, but they had seen Han Xiao kill other, extremely deadly, NPCs more than once. Just based on this, they believed that Black Phantom's strength was at the top level among NPCs. Going against the Germinal organization was Black Phantom's biggest goal at the moment. As there were not many clues, they could not figure out the reason why Black Phantom and the Germinal organization were at odds. Mad Blade shared the situation of the closed beta. From the closed beta to the open beta, more than 3 months had passed in the game, and Han Xiao had turned into Black Phantom. Once this information was released, it immediately aroused the audience's curiosity. What exactly did he go through to become the Black Phantom of today? There was no evidence, so it was all speculation. The show did not talk about it in detail. Pork Bun's original intention was to throw this question out as the hook and suspense of the show to attract the audience's curiosity. Then, Pork Bun and Mad Blade discussed Black Phantom's actions in the Novice Village. They thought that this was the decisive evidence to prove that Black Phantom was the Novice Guide. After more than 20 days of playing, the players realized that the NPC's actions and thoughts were very real. They would even be surprised that the players could come back from the dead. Then, why would Black Phantom come into contact with the players so frequently? And it was obvious that he had a plan. There must be a special reason, but the show only mentioned it briefly. Pork Bun said that he and Mad Blade had both triggered Black Phantom's hidden storyline, proving that he could follow and report. At the same time, he introduced the various benefits of Black Phantom and recorded the scene of Han Xiao giving Mad Blade and Angry Sword 2 high-quality guns. They also followed Black Phantom to Black Pine, a map that was more advanced than the Novice Village, and they could receive missions with rich rewards. The screen was full of people showing off their benefits, and the audience was very envious. Those who could trigger Black Phantom's hidden storyline were all lucky kings. Eat the spear, you bastard. Suck, I heard that you have to hold it in your mouth to be lucky. At the end of the show, Pork Bun said. There is only one episode of the Black Phantom series for now. The next episode may be about something else. After all, Mad Blade and I are now in Black Pine. But don't worry, I will continue to follow and explore Black Phantom's past and present life. So, to all the dog viewers, let's meet again in the next episode. The audience who watched the show in one breath only had one thought. Amazing. The screen was Bun Hit Dog's first-person adventure, and the commentary at the side was from Black Phantom's perspective. It introduced a lot of information that normal people would not know and threw out more world backgrounds and anecdotes. There was a lot of solid information, and it answered a lot of questions. Also, the style was relaxed, and it was imaginative, and it came up with all kinds of interesting speculations. The audience was very satisfied and went to other posts to recommend it, making more players join in. Pork Bun's first episode's theme was very good. It happened to be when Han Xiao stepped into the Western continent and made his presence known on the forum, and it was at the peak of popularity. Pork Bun's video gained a wave of popularity, and the number of viewers was increasing every second. The first episode was completely popular. Pork Bun was very surprised. It was a very good decision to choose the theme for this episode. The video became popular because of Han Xiao's popularity, and not only that, but it also helped and increased Han Xiao's popularity. Chapter 170. Apart from benefits, there was another way that players viewed NPCs, and that was worship. This relationship originated from the fondness of the character, the popularity of the character, or being impressed by the character's experience, thus forming a fan base. For example, famous characters like Dragonborn, Xiao Hei, Medivh, One Punch Baldy, Master Kratos, and so on. If players were fond of or worshipped by these NPCs, they would have certain inclinations in certain decisions. For example, they would give up on quests from opposing factions and follow famous NPCs into battle. Female, weird, and perverted characters had a natural advantage in this aspect, and Han Xiao was very confident in this aspect. However, without the support of benefits, this kind of relationship would not have a substantial effect. If he wanted players to fight for him, benefits were important. He understood the nature of players. They might temporarily help famous NPCs for fun, but if there was no benefit, they would leave sooner or later. Fortunately, his strategy had both benefits and fame. He had to grab hold of both hands and be tough on both. Han Xiao also watched Pork Bun's video. This was exactly what he wanted Pork Bun to do. Through the video, he would throw out some clues and attract more players' curiosity and speculation. It was not important that his real name was leaked. The information flow between players and NPCs was limited, and the information each party had was different. The Germinal organization knew that he was Zero and probably knew his original name, Xiao Han, but they did not know that he was Black Phantom or Han Xiao. Star Dragon knew that he was Han Xiao and Zero, but they were not sure if he was Black Phantom. The players knew that he was Han Xiao, Black Phantom, who had served in Star Dragon, but they did not know that he was Zero. Oh, the players did not know about Zero yet. The Darknet knew that he was Black Phantom, but they did not know anything else. Every organization only had one-sided information, and if one's identity was exposed one day, all he had to do was change his face, and nothing would happen. Once he was strong enough, he could reveal all his identities and accumulate a qualitative change in energy, which would allow his legendary points to rise to another level. As the saying went, if one wanted to survive, one had to rely on a Smurf account. That was how it was. Ever since the open beta, Han Xiao's name had been dominating the Blue Star section of the forum. His exposure rate was very high. Just like celebrities, exposure would deepen one's impression of him. His fame was gradually changing from a short-term effect to a long-term position in the hearts of the players. The situation was great. His actions, coupled with the promotion of various videos, made his popularity rise every moment. However, Han Technician was used to preparing for a rainy day. He faintly felt that there was a bottleneck in increasing his influence. Although the currently displayed functions were popular with players, they lacked interaction with the player's storyline. Only by moving closer to the main storyline would the players take the initiative to contact him. Therefore, he had his eyes on Bennett's main storyline. After running to 2 novice villages, Han Xiao decided to slow down for a few days to give the other players time to raise money and give himself time to do other things. The first thing he had to do was to get the bonfire mini-reactor. He called Lei Zhenyu and asked where the seller was going to deliver the goods. Lei Zhenyu gave the seller's phone number to Han Xiao. He dialed the number and it rang 3 times before the call was picked up. Hello. The other side's voice was electronically synthesized, so Han Xiao could not tell their age or gender. How do you want to deliver the goods? Han Xiao went straight to the point. 3 days later. I'll send you the coordinates later. We'll do the payment and the goods at the same time. Okay, I'll send one of my men to deliver the goods, Han Xiao said. The phone was hung up. 10 seconds later, Han Xiao received a message. Ordina Border City, Severus. In Ordina, financial groups and family forces were intertwined. The country's policies were geared towards elitism. There was a strict division of social classes, and competition was everywhere. Every city was shrouded in a solemn and dignified atmosphere. Furthermore, Ordina was rainy all year round, and the thin fog made the city hazy and gloomy. It was drizzling in Severus. The weather was humid and cold, which suited the atmosphere of the city. A room in a residential building was set up as a surveillance room. It was connected to the city's traffic cameras and monitored all the roads in the 3 nearby streets. More than 10 solemn men in black were busy. Some were adjusting their guns, some were watching the surveillance cameras, and some were sorting out the information. This was an action team from Ordina's intelligence agency. There were also 6 other action teams and special forces sealing off the 3 nearby streets. Ordina's agents were gathered here to capture a fugitive who stole the country's confidential information. They had been on the run for many years, and finally found a clue a few days ago. The target would appear in Severus to make a deal with a third party. The source of the information was reliable. It was the work of the hacker department. They hacked into the lines and picked out the suspected target's key calls from countless intercepted calls. Keep monitoring. Snipers are in position at all times. Wait for the target to meet up with the trading party, and then we'll take him down in one fell swoop. The higher-ups suspect that the target's trading party could be a domestic political financial group. We need evidence, the chief commander said in the earpiece. The target is very cunning. Mr. Mag, you're the last insurance. Please be prepared to attack at any time. A faint hum came out of the earpiece. Mag was Ordina's ace agent. His position was similar to Seagull City's Moran. He was sent as the insurance for this mission, which showed how much importance Ordina placed on this mission. The plane couldn't land in Ordina's city, so it was parked at a place far away. Han Xiao used his electromagnetic hovershoes to travel for a day before he finally arrived at Severus on foot. At the border of Severus, there was a long line of wanderers entering the city. Ordina's soldiers were standing guard and patrolling. Their equipment was different from Star Dragon's. They were all wearing tactical masks, so their faces couldn't be seen clearly. They looked very solemn. No one in the line spoke. There was only the sound of footsteps moving forward. It was like a concentration camp. The rendezvous point is at Severus. Han Xiao had changed his appearance and clothes, but all his equipment was still on him. He was itching to go through the checkpoint, so he could only rely on the snakeheads to sneak in. With the threat of guns and enough aquamarine coins, the smuggling went smoothly. Even though the border was heavily guarded, it couldn't exterminate the existence of the snakeheads, just like how humans couldn't exterminate cockroaches. Han Xiao walked on the streets of Severus. At this time, he was fully dressed to hide the equipment on his body. He was also carrying a large backpack with guns inside. The rain sprinkled on his white hooded raincoat, and his face was hidden under the hood. Han Xiao had changed his face. Of course, he would not show up in Ordina with his original face or Black Phantom's face. Antonio's warning was reasonable. Han Xiao did not want to make any mistakes in this transaction. Luckily, he had always been low-key. The rendezvous point was a cafe by the road, seat 7. As the buyer, the seller might not show up if he didn't show up first. Han Xiao sat in seat 7 and glanced around the cafe. Soothing music was playing on the radio, and it was misty outside the window. It was quite a bourgeois atmosphere. At this time, half of the seats were occupied. They were quietly drinking, reading newspapers, or reading computers. Han Xiao's arrival only attracted a few glances from the customers, and they continued with their own business. It looked very normal. Han Xiao called the waiter and asked for a cup of coffee. He drank casually while waiting for the seller to arrive. He turned to look at the floor-to-ceiling window. There were pedestrians walking past with umbrellas, as if they were in a hurry to go home. Under the eaves of the opposite street, a few men were hiding from the rain and playing with their phones. It was drizzling, and the water dripped down from the eaves and gathered in the drainage ditch by the street. The water rippled continuously. Han Xiao lowered his head and sipped his coffee. He acted normal, but in fact, he had already noticed that something was wrong. The customer reading the newspaper 3 seats away has an abnormal heartbeat rate and rapid breathing. The woman drinking coffee at the bar has sweat dripping down her temples. The man who just passed by the window has steady footsteps. When he passed by the floor-to-ceiling window, he deliberately slowed down by 30%. The second person on the left who is hiding from the rain on the opposite street is shaking his heels subtly. It's a sign of anxiety. At LV55, his senses were greatly enhanced. His observation skills were very detailed, and the subtle reactions of normal people could not escape his eyes. He could sense the emotional state of others through the details of their movements and expressions. Someone is spying on the cafe. Is it the seller or a third party? Could it be me? I don't think I've offended anyone in Ordina. Han Xiao was surprised. When he discovered the spies, a notification popped up on the interface. You have triggered Level D mission, involvement. Mission introduction. The mysterious merchant you are dealing with is a felon in Ordina. The news of your transaction has been leaked. Unfortunately, you have also entered the spy's field of vision. You have been involved in a storm that has nothing to do with you. Mission requirement: escape from Ordina's pursuit. Reward: 65,000 EXP special reward. Unknown these days, I'm really unlucky. Han Xiaoxin was depressed. He only wanted to get the mini bonfire reaction furnace safely, but he did not expect to be involved in such a serious incident. Couldn't they just let him be a little more stable? You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,